Okay, so having searched the fortress after clearing it and just opening the iron-bound chest that you found, which contained the gold and the diamond. Um, Nix, since you're the one who found the diamond, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Naira, since you're there too, you can,
Help?
yeah, give him the help action if you want.
Out of curiosity, out of combat, and when we're standing right next to each other, can it just be assumed that when possible, we help each other? Because that's
Fair enough. Okay, I will. Yeah, I will ask rather than expecting you to say, or I will try to.
okay.
Just in case for roleplay reasons anybody doesn't want to or at any point or anything like that. But yes, okay. Um, for a 19, yeah, that is enough to assess. You don't know exactly how much, because also like depending on the exact market that you're trying to flog it in, it'll be different based on the local prices and stuff like that. But you estimate that in most places, particularly in the larger cities, this diamond would fetch anywhere from 350 to 375 gold.
I mean, that's nice.
Yeah. I think
Meaningless,
he
was it,
looked
Wander?
right. I think he's just kind of like talking to himself out loud, like, "Oh, I think this could be like 300."
That will cause Naira to arch an eyebrow, by the way. Have a lot of experience appraising jewelry, do you?
I think he'll give you like a little sly smirk and say, "Wow, no, I'm probably wrong. What do you think?" And hold it out to you.
Oh, I have no idea. That's not my skill set. And she sort of steps back.
But yeah, growing up on the street as we do, it was a useful skill to be able to tell if something could fetch a price.
Well, it's very handy. I'm impressed.
And he'll hand the diamond back to you.
All right. I will add that to party funds.
You just feel Wander like hovering over your shoulder. Heavy robot breathing.
I assume this was happening while Artisan's blessing.
Oh, while you're crafting stuff?
Yeah.
No, it took quite a while for the search to be completed. So, like all of the activities that you guys were engaged in when we ended the last session would pretty much have been completed at this point.
Oh, okay.
Because it's probably been to do a thorough search and cataloging of the whole area, top to bottom, probably took a good couple of hours. So it's probably getting on for mid to late afternoon at this point, if not, early evening.
Good to know.
That worked.
So yeah, you would be right there and aware of this interaction.
I won't say anything for that.
And we're all together, are we?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are all there in the courtyard on the map, so I'm going to assume that that's where your characters are.
So, Wander, are you still interested in hearing any stories about Lord Murdoch?
He nods.
Well, I happen to know a few secrets. She has a sly smile on her face. He things that he doesn't really talk about publicly, but I am privy to.
He kind of cocks his head.
Well, for example, he is a great patron of the arts, as you probably have guessed, because he sent me to Sorveni, which was very generous of him. But I am not the only artist that he has helped out. In fact, he keeps several galleries in public houses across Vanya, and he will make a point to help uplift undiscovered talent, people who maybe can't afford to go to Bard's College, and he'll give their art exposure and even help them get their first sales.
He just keeps quietly listening to you speak about it.
Oh, okay.
I will say, Naira will notice that Nyx does not leave, and he's actively listening to her and paying attention as she talks about Murdoch.
When she notices that she has your attention, she will actually turn to you and say, "Did you know about his pensions?"
I'm sorry, he's what now?
The pensions that he keeps coffer for pensions of spouses and children of fallen soldiers and guardsmen. Did you know he did that?
No. I didn't really get to interact with him much.
Oh. Well, that would explain some things. No, he does. He likes to make sure that the widows or widowers and their children are well looked after. If they served, then they deserve. That's the least they deserve, is what he says. And at this point, Naira is looking around at the other people in the room, and I want to do insight checks on what they seem to be thinking with regards to what I've said so far.
Okay.
Damn it!
Could just ask, well, you know.
Could just ask. We don't do that in D&D.
No, Naira very rarely asks direct questions.
What do you think
In
of
this
this guy?
regard.
No, I'm going to read your feelings.
You can ask and then insight check.
Technically,
don't
I
do
mean,
that
I made the insight. You guys can determine whether or not you need to roll for her to notice anything.
We all love him.
Lauren is just setting up a good roll. That's all he's doing.
I will, because I think this would be readable. Nyx is listening, and you can tell that he's... You know when someone's listening to a story, but they're also, like, actively, like, thinking thoughts and putting things together, and they're, like... It's like he's putting things together that you're saying. You can tell that he's, like... He's taking in what you're saying, and he's really considering it.
And I'll say that with a 7, anybody that's trying to mask their just keep a cool head and not really show any out or isn't paying attention to the conversation, that's fine. But anybody who would just be reacting, she would be able to tell, like, at least what the expression on your face was. So
Seems kind of
Uther,
prejudiced against people who don't have a face.
My God, you can't just ask why people don't have a face.
So, this may be my subtle way to say, Lorium, Uther, what are you guys doing?
I told you.
I didn't hear it.
I will-
Sorry.
I will say you did not pass his passive,
All right.
which is very low, because then I would have rolled for it. But yeah, you just see him putting together his bedroll and his just basically getting ready to hunker down.
All right. And then she's going to try and command more attention as she continues talking. She is now mostly just talking to Nyx, but she's very excited. And she goes, "Oh, and did you ever actually get to attend the reaping or the reaping feast?"
Um, I give me. I will give you another one. When you say the word reaping, make an insight check.
Better.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll against that. Um, uh, he has a reaction, like mentioning to someone how to Halloween and Halloween isn't their favorite holiday. He does not like the reaping as a holiday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it a sensitive subject? Did you not? I understand you probably weren't invited, but I promise it wasn't a slight against you.
It's fine. You were saying, does he like throw a big one or something?
She smiles at that, and she's gonna turn and look at Uther and Lorium and say, "Do you guys know what the reaping is?"
No idea.
I guess it
I
must.
don't think my translation would work over to yours. Probably very different things. What is this exactly?
I know it's celebrated across Calorinava. I'm not sure if it's celebrated in the rest of the Harassian coast, but it's basically the first harvest. You reap what you sow, and Lord Murdoch has decided to honor the spirit of the holiday. Basically, what you're supposed to do, or what most people do, is that on the first harvest they go out and they pick the very best of their crop, and then they are able to use that to have a great feast. And it's a lovely occasion where family comes and things like that. And of course, the upper classes can make it a bit more lavish. But Lord Murdoch, although he really doesn't have to, he really likes the concept of reaping what you sow. So he invites the servants in his household every year. I believe he also invites the poor from just around the area, and they are invited to go and reap what they sow. Because they're the ones who work the lands really, and they're the ones who make the household run. They're allowed to go out into the into the crop and get the best of the harvest, and they're free to do one of two things. They can either bring it back to their house and celebrate with their families, or he is actually willing to those who need him to. He puts on a grand feast for them. They get celebrated. It's really lovely. He really doesn't have to do that.
That does sound very nice. And yeah, our reaping is totally different in Carvalen.
Sounds like a real nice boss.
It does. It's Lord Murdoch.
She is
Yeah.
beaming now. She is very excited.
I'm in Uther's boat. When you said reaping, I thought you meant some sort of fucking killing.
Oh. No. Oh, no. I realize now I probably should have clarified.
But do you have a festival of killing where you're from, Uther?
You see as he tilts his head to the side. Festival's a rather strange term to try and put with it. The closest thing we do have some gladiators, though mostly almost never fight to the death, unless some nobles decide to do it in the woods for some damn duel. But he shakes his head. Though we do have reapers who do reaping. Hey, you know, bounty hunters, how they'll go for the ones with the highest prices on them so they can collect on the gold. The reapers are kind of like that, but they don't do it for money. They look to, you see as he nods. And, you know, someone should take out the bad guys on the most wanted list, right?
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Shit, some gladiators, though. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it's not to the death, like I said. Usually, my king doesn't appreciate unnecessary death. But sport is well rewarded. They even change out the arenas. Sometimes there's pits. Sometimes there's a battle for the king of the mountain. He just shrugs.
And you
Good
see,
sport to watch.
if Naira's paying attention, she sees that this gains Lorium's attention a lot more than talking about Murdoch.
That's okay. She feels like she has accomplished her goal. And she is now actually just as fascinated in that story, and she'll probably say something like, "You know, I've never seen a gladiator fight, but I've heard that a net and trident is the best tactic. Is that true?"
It can be. Depends on who you're going against. They do have their own weaknesses across it. You get into someone with a large enough tower shield, they can just drop their shield and you lose your net. It's a very interesting dragon chess match. I've even seen it where they'll put different items down along the sides, so they go and will counter each other.
Naira looks like she's making mental notes, by the way.
And then you have people who just slash at the nets.
You see as he nods. And I mean, Carvalin, it's quite cosmopolitan. There's rather a bit of everyone. It's how I knew the tabaxis enjoyed the smell. The king accepts you as long as you're willing to, agree to the rules. None of them are unfair.
Naira sort of lights up at that, by the way, and she goes, "Tabaxi can be citizens where you are."
Yeah. You see as he just looks at kind of dumbfounded at like even the remark. Why? Can't you be like citizens around here?
Not technically, no.
Oh. Well, the Goliaths, yeah, you throw a net at them. We got a bunch of them scattered throughout. They'll just tear that shit in half or reel you in. Slap you silly. Really, that's crazy.
Goliaths in your homeland?
Say that one more time for me.
You guys got Goliaths in your homeland?
He nods. Carvalin's surrounded by mountain ranges. We got in good with dwarves, some elves. Everybody kind of, I don't know, motley crew, but it's rather organized.
All right, your country sounds pretty fun. When my shit's handled, I'm going with you.
We are very militant, but anyone who shows a bit of touch with magic, it's allowed. But you have to be watched over. So you show a bit of skill with it, you're guaranteed a pretty decent existence until you can. If you might get drafted, pulled in.
What, you're monitored?
You see as he nods. Not so much you. You wouldn't be paladin.
Were you monitored?
You see as Uther tilts his head. Yes, but more on purpose.
Doesn't make any fucking sense, but all right.
Like, you wanted to be monitored?
You see as he shakes his head. I've spent some time in the military. You just get enough connections. You get some friends. Don't know if they were checking in on me, but it's less like that. They just want to know if you've got the magics. If you do, it's so you can help organize, put out fires, and all that. It's not like you're checked at gates or anything. Wouldn't you want to keep track of everybody who knew how to cast?
Makes sense to an extent.
I don't.
And I'm correct, where it's like decently rare, right? Magic.
Yes, yeah, like probably about 1 in every couple of hundred is naturally gifted, and maybe 1 in 75 is able to learn.
It's enough too that, listen, you could hurt yourself or summon something or hurt other people.
Oh yeah, I've heard of people summoning some fucking little lesser demons and fiends and shit.
If you can get a community around that, just shrugs. Worked out for me pretty well. I never felt monitored. It was more you had friends when you could ask questions to. Got some guidance. Decided I wanted to join up. Start at the bottom. He shrugs. I started at the bottom as he brushes off his shoulder, his wondrous studded leather. And now I'm here.
Oh, what, do you have an insignia there?
Uther?
You see as he would study you for a moment. Well, I got the one for Carvalen.
Does that mean anything to me?
Does seeing the dragon wrapped around, blowing the flame down on the sword mean anything to him? Roll me history, I would say.
Give me a spiritual awakening.
If you've ever heard of it.
Oh,
Nope, not at all. Yeah, it's crossed on a different continent. It's
Well.
far away from here, I think.
Shit, how hig'd you get?
You
Enlisted or commission?
I made my way through
Downtown?
got up to a sergeant, and then a staff sergeant, and they caught up with my magics and thought I could be best served with a bit more training, especially because my daddy was rich. Elf, good guy. But I was the third born, and I had 2 older sisters. And as much as I wanted the house, I adored them. There was no way I could kill my sisters and take it, as you see him smile. So, when I thought I should probably, some guidance from my friends, join up. And that's why I say I was kind of being monitored. They want to know where I am. Was important time ago.
What about those who aren't important? Who aren't special, don't have any magical things like that. What happens to them in your fancy country?
You see, well, what we do is we have different programs, apprenticeships, and you can trade through in many different ones. Usually, someone finds where they want to be, and you can then join and earn wage.
It's Sweden.
The worst hell.
And to be clear, I'm sure you figured out, but he was asking specifically if y'all have any poor, if there are poor people in your country.
You see, as yes, the orphanage, if the parents are killed, or the food and soup kitchens, it's all covered by the king. He scratches at his face. He's been around for a while. Long time, actually.
Like you?
You see as he shakes his head. No. I think kind of got lost in the Fae for a while. But I think I'm either 903 or 892. There's kind of an 11 years in there. It kind of got squishy.
I'm so
All right,
sorry. Can you
Granddad.
say those numbers again?
You see as he looks at you. Could be more, give or take some. 870 to 930, maybe 950. I did fall asleep in the Fae a couple times.
You got stuck in the Fae. As you see him looking at you, like you would have during your little story, seen him study you for a bit, and then genuine, like, bit of respect.
Well, yeah. I've had some run-ins with some things over time. But those are stories for different times. The Fae, I have a very healthy respect and concern to give them all the distance necessary.
That's probably smart.
Yeah, you don't really want to go back. It's pretty bonkers, I think, is the thing I came to understand. But he kind of
Bonkers is a way to put it.
looks at everyone. And I kept climbing a bit. Did you ever get any other offers, Lorium?
Offers.
I mean, you were in the military, weren't you?
I never fucking mentioned it, but sure.
Well, I mean, offers from leaving the military, perhaps doing something else.
Given bids for excursions, but took something else.
Something for the military, so to say, your same lordship, but officially unofficial, off the books. Never got any people dressed in black that showed up.
As his eye squints a little bit, he's like, yeah, sure.
And you said no, right?
To all but one.
He smiles. And I said yes to the first one. To be fair, she was pretty.
Naira's ears turn straight to you.
But you just hear that Metal Gear Solid bring.
It's like a dog
Yep.
saying, treat.
That was 800 years ago. Don't worry.
Shoot.
She means nothing to me anymore.
She's been dead for generations.
She's old enough to be your great, great, great. So and so.
I think you both are making some serious assumptions, because, like, I mean, Uther's been around this long, and he's young.
I just wanted to be able to get in and deal with the problem. If I could maybe get a gate open, you know, if it is war, a knockout punch goes much quicker and it's much easier in the long run than something drawn out like a siege. But as Uther shakes his head, smiling, that's enough bedtime stories from Uther. Should I set up the dome? You guys can leave from it if you'd like. But it gives us cover in case something tries to get us in the night.
Yeah, it's probably good to go ahead and set that up, but I will say I guess it's kind of refreshing to hear that there are some places that take care of those that are less fortunate, especially the orphanages. You don't really see that much around here.
Oh.
Yeah, just if we ever do wind up there, like, please, please, please don't do any of your looking through my saddlebags and pulling something out, because that'll get you straight up killed. It is a rather strict place, but because of it, I do and have yet to see something that truly compares. But to be fair, I've kind of been in, as he just gestures to the huge ruins around him. Though to be fair, it is the prettiest place I might have ever been. As he just smiles over at Naira. All right, time to play. As I would do my ritual while everyone gathers around, and
All right.
hopefully
Where are you
play.
casting it?
I'd just do it in the middle, right here.
Just right in the middle of the courtyard. Okay.
That, or I could do it in one of the rooms around the beds. Nah, I got bedroll. We're into it.
Ha!
And
I was
then
going to say, those are goblinoid bedrolls.
Shitty. I'm resistant to disease. Is everybody?
I am, so that's fine.
Yeah, I would prefer not to have fantasy bed bugs. Thank you.
as he'd walk around just doing like the ground with prestige. So yeah, his sleepy ground.
He's a vacuum.
He's a Roomba.
A Roomba?
And then hopefully play well. Not really. As he seems somewhat distracted. Perhaps you feel he's spoke too much. As he then, all right, you guys are free to come and go. But this goes off in 8 hours, so I'm heading to bed.
When you walk off, Nyx, Naira will follow you.
Okay. I think he just steps outside a little bit. A little ways over yonder.
And she's got some thieves' tools in her hand. And she goes, "Great job getting that trap disconnected. I don't think I could have done that.
No, I think you would have been fine, but it's nice to get to exercise old skills, I guess.
Here, actually, I thought if you're interested in exercising old skills, these might help. And they are incredibly finely made, and they probably have a few more little gizmos and gadgets in there to make the job easier. And like they seem brand new. They don't have the typical nicks and scratches that you would expect from sort of well-used thieves' tools.
I think he gets like wide eyes, and then he takes them, and then this might be bad a bad metaphor, but it's almost like handing someone a gun and they immediately like know how to break it down and everything. Like he's like looking over them, twirling them between his fingers, like it. He knows his way around these tools very smoothly. Oh, now these are nice.
Now,
Where
as
did you find
follow
these?
them, they're in a black felt roll, and you see that they are made of like a much finer steel than most that you've encountered. They're obviously something that's been custom tooled, and that allows them to be much finer than the tools you're normally used to working with.
I found it around among some of the stuff that we found here. They're very, very good quality. In fact, they're a bit magical.
I think he kind of looks at them again and he smirks, and he'll put them into their little velvet casing and then slide them into one of the numerous pockets in his amazing cloak. Uh, and then he'll look at you and he'll just say, you know, speaking of magic things, I know back at the cave we were able to bring that down and seal those underground, but the stuff we have here, or we found here, how do we destroy it?
Naira stiffens when she realizes you're talking about the shards. And she'll say, "Is that your interest in them?"
Yeah. Those things are dangerous, and they don't need to get into anybody else's hands.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I'm so glad you agree.
Did you not think I would?
Well, you can tell that's a difficult question for her to answer. I was curious about why you seem so intent on getting your hands on them. I was really surprised you took that box without telling me.
Yeah, that wasn't really one of my best moments. I don't know. Magic isn't something that I quite grasp easily. And I know you said they wouldn't burn in the fire, but I just kind of needed to see it for myself to understand it. And Look, I'm sorry I didn't ask you or Uther about it, but when I did ask for one, you said no.
Her ears sort of flattened, by the way, when you said needed. And she sort of is trying to not let her frustration bubble out. And she says, I don't recall saying no. I do recall being hesitant, but that appears to be neither here nor there. What do you mean needed? What did you do with the shard when you took it?
Oh, I took it down to those furnaces in the basement, and I tossed the shard in.
You just
I mean,
who? Even after I told you that it could. Did you take any safety precautions?
yeah, I was not near it while it was heating up, and I kept an eye out for it, and I made sure Wander wasn't standing next to it.
But you were. Okay. Okay. And you heated up the furnace and nothing happened?
Well, maybe that's probably where I went wrong. I didn't. I just left it at the temperature it was.
I will tell you right now that is not where you went wrong. Um, you know what? You know what? I think maybe we should do an experiment. I think we should. I'm gonna go
I
get
mean-
a shard.
Well, we should probably sleep first, maybe.
No, we're gonna do this right now.
All right. I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to do from the beginning. I guess I'm more of a hands-on learner. Sometimes I got to see it.
Okay,
believe
Nix,
it,
th-
you know?
I have always known that about you, but you're about to learn a valuable lesson, I think. Come on. And I'm gonna go get she is very determined. She is walking at her maximum pace, and she's gonna go get the shard. And she's going to immediately march it back down into the basement. Like, she is on a mission now, and when she gets down there, she's going to start ritually casting Unseen Servant.
Okay, is anybody going to go with them? As you see, Naira very determinedly, after a few minutes, march back through the courtyard and toward the downstairs.
We all right? Just hear a call out from the murky dome.
As we're walking, and we're gonna do an experiment.
Wander gets up and follows at that. Experiments generally lead to death around these people.
You've never seen one of my experiments.
Learn
I'm just saying, the last experiment that I was experiencing was a barrel that exploded.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Uther's
Lauren will
big
just...
spooning.
Valko?
Yes.
No, I was about to say, it's not Lorian.
Like arms wrapped around the dog, just like.
It's like using it as a pillow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you know what happened. So he'll step out the dome.
Okay, and away we go.
And just before she starts, she is going to indicate, or she's going to ask Nyx to start heating up the furnace.
Okay, so I'll move everybody then to... Why isn't it letting me... There we go.
Oh!
I'm holding Lorian's hand.
Uther, I'm just going to pop your token up there just so you can kind of have vision.
Yes. Make me a ghost.
And actually, yeah. There we go.
He's a shadow sorcerer.
I think Nyx will walk over to the furnaces and then like take a second, like he's trying to figure out how to heat it up.
At this point, by the way, the furnaces have burned down almost to nothing. There's a few little embers and everything that have a little bit of a glow to them, but for the most part, it has just burned down to ash.
I forget
Since
what
no
they're
one's been
called.
maintaining it or anything.
Those things that create air. They don't really
Bellows.
create air.
Bellows?
Well, yeah, the bellows.
Oh my god! Let's go!
Are there
I
any
know
bellows over
something.
here?
Nix, what's your passive investigation? I just want to see if it's even worth making you roll.
16, the same as my perception and
Yeah, no.
insight.
It takes you a moment to like you look over them, and they're not like any furnaces that you've seen, in like Hallam Smithy or anything like that. But you do see next to them that there is like a thick kind of lever that is kind of built into the wall next to each one, and you figure out that by pumping that, you can blow air through. There's obviously some kind of like behind this. There's some kind of chimney or something like that that empties out to the surface, and also is able to draw air in when the mechanism is utilized.
Which is where we saw the smoke from.
And like additionally, there is also the pile of coal in the corner over here.
Pile of me.
Shut up.
So between the two of those, you would be able to kind of, it would take you a few minutes to like learn how to use the mechanism and then load the coal in and get it started going. So probably around about the same time that Naira has finished ritually casting, you would have a good blaze going inside one of the furnaces, while the other will have died down fairly significantly.
So Nyx, without using the shards, can you show me what you did?
I think he goes over and picks up like a little pebble off the ground and just tosses it in the furnace.
Okay. And again, Naira's ears go a little bit flat, and she goes, "All right. And did you just stand there? Because I can see that you definitely got the shard back out."
Oh no, Wander and I went up and around the corner and we waited for a little while, and when nothing seemed to happen, I got closer to look at it, and when I realized nothing had really happened to it, I used my dagger to get it back out of the furnace and then, let it cool down before I put it back in the lead box.
Okay, well, good instinct. We're gonna let it heat up just a little bit. We're gonna let it sort of cook for a while so it gets nice and warm. And then we're going to, instead of throwing it straight into the furnace, we are going to use my unseen servant to deliver it into the furnace while we start around the corner, because, as I said, it's possible that there is going to be a big reaction. Although there may be nothing. I don't know.
Well, yeah, if I had an unseen servant, I probably would have used that too.
Well, your sister did. At the time.
Yeah, but you weren't down here.
Roll an insight.
Lorium groans and makes the fire grow with thaumaturgy.
She's experienced a kind of retroactive fear.
Retroactive fear?
Yeah, she's thinking of what could have happened, and she is very upset.
I think Nyx will just turn to her and say, "Look, Naira, I understand that it was dangerous. I do. I did take those things into consideration, but nothing happened. I was fine."
You're right. You were fine. Out of curiosity, do you remember how mad you were at me when I took that pack from the goblins?
Yes, that's why I quoted what you said to me back to you.
Yes.
I understand that you're frustrated with me. I
But
do, and I understand that I should have come to you and asked you. I get that now. Um, I'm sorry.
It's such a petty relationship thing to do.
the difference is, Nix, you knew better. I'm still learning. All right,
Right.
so let's go.
No, I'm okay. I think you made your point, and he will leave.
Nix, this is important. You asked a good question. We should know if it needs to be destroyed. I thought that was your interest.
Do we hear the footsteps fade away?
I called that after you. How fast did you run off?
I mean, he heard you. He didn't answer.
Larim looks over at Wander and just shrugs and starts pulling the bellows.
You see Wander tense up a bit as you look at him.
Well, can everybody please back up down this hallway?
Talking about this hallway right here.
Yep. So we can get as far away from possible as possible. I think I can go 60 feet away from my.
And she was talking about the north hallway,
Okay.
not the western one.
Yeah, I can go 60 feet.
Next, I've left your token there, but I've made you invisible since your character is on the upper floor. So you can get yourself into like any position you want to observe.
Yeah. Ah!
Okay, but yeah, you all make your way up to the up to the corner. Now you can feel the kind of energy of your invisible servant hovering nearby.
Once
Can I just say,
I'm going to ask them to get because I safety first. We don't have any plexiglass.
yeah, it's gonna be like it's so good that Lorium and Wander are just standing in the hallway while Naira like hides around the corner.
Naira's like, no,
Just
we
like,
need to get
there's
all
no
the.
way this goes wrong.
We have damage resistance.
I don't care. She's just like,
No, I
You're
don't.
assuming it would be fire.
Yeah, it'd be necrotic,
Yeah.
instant death.
It shoots out cold damage.
she's please just step behind here. Just please for me.
Mm-hmm. Boop.
And then she will give the shard to her unseen servant and have it walk it over to the furnace.
Okay. Your unseen servant moves over. You see the kind of peeking around the edge. You see the shard float down the corridor, and then throw into the now blazing furnace. Nothing immediately seems to happen. Fire burns on. You hear the crackle and pop of the flames. Some time passes. You hear the fire continuing to burn. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Arm's just like, have that thing
And
continue to hit the bellows.
and around about 3.5 minutes, as the you can continue to hear the roar of the furnace from around the corner, you suddenly hear a kind of noise, not like a explosion, but like the fast hiss of a release of pressure. And for a moment, the light of the fire that has been shining down the corridor towards you kind of flickers and actually dims, and stays kind of slightly murky for a moment. Do you look around the corner?
I would peek around the corner, yeah.
You actually see boiling out from the front of the furnace a slowly dissipating black fog that kind of sits almost like oil in water or paint running through a glass of water, just kind of sits in almost like fronds and strands, spreading through the air and then gradually fading and getting thinner and thinner and thinner until after about...
Does it look like, is it a vapor, or does it look like it could be collected?
It looks like a vapor.
Okay.
And as you watch over the course of about 5 to 10 seconds, it gradually kind of fizzles away and dissipates into apparently nothing.
Okay, well, that was weird. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
What happened?
It released a sort of, I don't know, inky vapor. I'm not entirely sure if it's dangerous. I can't see it anymore, but that doesn't necessarily mean the effects aren't still or can't still be felt.
Yeah, it's just radon.
But you know what I can do? And then she will start ritually casting detect magic.
By the way, you can still feel that though your unseen servant had not left the room and was within the radius, the energy is still there. It was apparently not disrupted by whatever this was.
Okay, well, it didn't kill my unseen servant. How nice is that?
But you do need to drop concentration on your unseen, or is
Yeah,
unseen servant is concentration, yeah?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but if it is, then it doesn't matter because I needed it for just that one thing.
Sorry, I don't have that prepared.
Oh no, it's not even concentration.
No?
So yeah, your unseen servant is just hovering about in the room as you can spend a few minutes ritually casting detect magic. And once it kind of comes up, you are able to focus it down. You have to move into the hall a little bit to get within range to properly be able to get a read on it. But from about just around the corner, you're able to kind of focus into the room itself, and you feel a lingering, fading magical field, similar to what you would expect at in the area where a spell had just been cast or magical combat had just taken place. Not an active field, but like the fading kind of aftertaste, if you like, of magic in the air.
I'm not going to get too close, but what I'm specifically looking for is if there is a sign of the shard still being in the furnace. So I can feel that now, I think. Well, I could probably back here.
Give or take, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can like the fog. Yeah, came out to around. It did drift a fair way down the corridor, but yeah, from you can stay outside of the radius where it was. You don't feel the presence of the shard anymore.
Okay. Well, that is good to know. Good news. I think Nyx was right on. Those shards can be destroyed by fire.
You should probably go tell him that.
Um,
I'm gonna go do a test. As you
Oh.
see him walk in.
She actually takes a great interest in this.
Because she said there was a thing.
No, the two of you walk into the room. You don't feel any immediate effect or anything like that. The forge is still glowing, quite warm. But no, you don't feel any kind of magical effect as you enter the room. Although, give me a perception check, Lorian.
Okay, I'm so fucking amazing at those. I almost did persuasion where I actually have a modifier. Oh, not bad.
Uh, 17 is enough. You notice that the door at the end of the hall here, which you would have sworn. And actually, Naira, I forgot that you had entered that room as well. I was thinking that you'd been up here the whole time. My mistake. So, damn, sorry about that, but we'll have to go with it for now. But you do notice that the door that had been securely locked at the end of this corridor is standing open.
I imagine after he notices it, about 3 seconds pass, and then Wander stands in front of the hallway.
You see, as he doesn't connect the dots, but he's considering. You might think he thought it was Nyx, but then he's like, wait, Nyx wouldn't do that. Nyx would just unlock it. Yeah. Now we'll just see Lorium thinking in front of the fire. Then he'll shrug and just walk in front of it and see if he feels anything weird.
Oh, Lorium,
Nothing, right?
did you not hear? Precautions apply to you too, Lorium.
Yeah, have precautions. Look, my mask is gone.
I just wish you Why is it so hard for you guys to understand that I would really prefer you all not to die?
Watch this as he puts his hand in the furnace and takes it out. He's typing shit.
You take 8 points of fire damage.
4 points. Fuck that.
This is a furnace. It is
Very
incredibly hot.
And then he'll use fucking thaumaturgy. No, he won't.
Lorium actually just recreated that video of the kid with the bag of chips.
Kid with a bag of chips, what?
Where he dumps it out on the carpet?
Oh, yeah! He looks at his mom and dumps it out.
The audacity.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll just smile at Naira, then he'll like snap his fingers with thaumaturgy and just utter some shit you don't understand, basically. And then just make the flames flicker, dim, and then reignite. It's basically showing you he has full control of the situation he's in.
She is fascinated watching you do that. She's just like, oh, I don't think I've ever seen that trick.
The gauntlet he's wearing is charred as fuck. I'm sorry, go on.
I was going to say, Naira, you go ahead and also roll me a perception check, please.
All right.
2.
You definitely notice not only that the door is open, but from the like fragments of splinters and even some of the kind of stone and fittings from the door itself scattered around, the door has been very violently opened.
She's gonna walk over and investigate more thoroughly, and she is going to say out loud, "Oh, what happened to this door?"
Oh no, just noticed it myself, wasn't me. As he just starts waving Wander out.
Wander slowly starts making his way up with Lorium.
Cling, clang, cling, clang.
Yep. Just
Especially in these underground chambers, you guys reverberate as you move.
I'm wondering.
I'm going to make this a DC 10 to piece together since there are only two people that he knows were in here. He knows! He pieces it together! He thinks it was you. Does he lead you?
I'd say that's fair, DC 10. But Naira, sorry, what were you saying?
Not. I didn't mean to roll a save. I meant to roll a intelligence check as well.
Oh no, Naira's a genius. She can she can
remember-
figure out what happened.
Lyra is
Well, I mean, you don't know precisely what happened. Like you need to roll an investigation check to maybe identify the precise weapon or anything like
But
that.
I know that there were two people
the pool
down
of
here.
candidates is limited.
no, she doesn't know what happened, but she knows what happened.
But I know that there were two people down here since I locked the door.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, Wander.
Oh! She was like,
Upstairs, just going upstairs. That's weird. You can move through the stairs to the left, but not to the right.
But as everybody, some more hurriedly than others, returns to the ground floor.
Actually, no, Naira does not. Naira sits down on a
okay.
bench.
I'm not gonna get caught by Mom. Let's go.
Okay.
She'll follow up. It's fine.
Whatever.
Okay.
as we
so you
get
will
up,
make
once Naira's like, before she comes up, Lorium will just look to Wander and just be like, just whisper, "Was that you?"
Yes.
Did you
He
figure
just says
anything
very
out?
quickly. No.
All right, well, shit.
Speeds up the stairs down the hall.
Oh, where's Nyx at? Nyx is gone.
He ran away to join the circus.
No, he took my horse.
So, Luther, you're obviously doing Big Spoon to Valco, but Nyx, you've got you have a few minutes up here on your own before the rest of them get back upstairs. Are you going to be doing anything, or are you just kind of finding a place to chill?
No, Nyx is setting up his bedroll where he is, and he is going to just kind of stare out, I guess, whatever slit to the night sky and just kind of think. Just think.
You actually have a pretty good view of the night sky. The roof of this tower has long ago fallen in. And the window, at one point, it was a fairly well-made arrow slit, but time and weakness has broken it down. So it's actually a fairly wide gap.
Yeah, I think he would just lay there for a while looking up at the night sky, and then, depending on if enough of a ruckus is made in just a second, he'll either go to sleep or find out what's happening.
It's time to sleep. He dives into the circle. No, I'm kidding.
But I'm not. Wonder runs into the circle. That's not true either.
You would just walk in,
Yeah.
look at Uther, see if he's sleeping yet.
Totally out.
Okay, he's knocked out. All right. So Lorium will just, I guess, if Naira doesn't follow us up, I'll just say, so why'd you break the door instead of just asking for the key?
He kind of he shifts uncomfortably from like, one side to another, and he looks at you and he says, "I don't know."
He'll just shrug lightly and say, well, everything's a learning experience, I guess. What'd you do it for?
Shrine.
What'd you do something with it?
I destroyed it.
You'll see just a little bit of surprise on his face. Oh, well, I guess there wasn't much else to do. It was a nasty shrine, so I guess you get to do good work from me. I hope she sees it that way. That's what we'll refer to Naira.
Two.
Did you see where Nix went when you came up?
No.
Oh, shit. Hopefully his sister finds him and tells him that he was right. And then unless Water wants to do anything or Uther wakes up, Lorium just finishes his chills. Actually, he's not going to do it there because he doesn't want to get walked into. He's going to do it right there.
No, Water just actually does convert into little Wally box.
Okay. Does anyone want to do anything else for the night? No? Okay. So anybody who hasn't can go ahead and take their long rest now. And as well as that, you can all consider yourselves now to have leveled up. So if anybody needs a moment to finish any preparation on their character sheet, please let me know.
Yay! I recovered 46 HP.
Terribly wounded during that entire conversation.
It's actually Naira fighting me. It's what
Okay.
I just have to manually update a few
Oh,
things.
hang on. I just realized I haven't been playing music this whole time.
Oh yeah, I kept wanting to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt when they were talking. Whoops.
God, no, please let me know. Wow. Dang it, I was wondering why everything seemed
So quiet
little
when no one
just
was.
like, yeah.
Unnerving.
Oh.
Okay. So The night passes for those of you in the dome. It's quiet and undisturbed. It's very comfortable inside. For those of you outside and your animals, it's it's a pleasant enough night. It's kind of late spring, early summer in terms of the time of year, so it's not a bad night to choose to camp. For those of you who are under those conditions, and the night passes without incident. You're awakened bright and early.
Sorry, before everyone else wakes up, except for Uther, I think Uther gets trance ?
Uther does get trance, yes.
Yeah. So, about 6 hours into the rest, which is enough for Wander to get his full rest, he will step out of the dome and start walking out just a little ways into the forest. I think says he.
Okay. Are you doing anything in particular while you're out there?
Yeah, but I'll DM it to you.
Okay.
I mean,
Uther
he's
would do
not
that.
exactly quite.
Do that eye open, watch you walk off, and be like, maybe I should go and. Oh wait, I can't. Right, and then just close my eye again.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm just going to go look at that DM.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Let me look up something.
Oh no.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. One second, sorry guys, I'm having to look at this quite carefully.
You're fine.
Given your exposure to the subject, I'm gonna say.
I mean, even if it doesn't work, he'll still try.
Okay, yeah, give me a percentage roll.
Ooh.
Mm.
And DM me the information.
Okay. I don't roll a percent. Do I just roll a D, like a D100?
Oh yeah, D100. Yeah, just roll a D100. Okay.
So then, the following information is as follows.
And actually, I'm going to actually just move us for the sake of everyone else. I'm just going to move us down into private, and you can just tell it to me. So we'll be back in a minute, guys, while we resolve this.
Okay. So how was everyone's day?
Fine. I have rebel pigtails, and I'm very excited about it.
Rebel pigtails?
Yeah, do you guys remember the picture that was on Roll20 that I drew of Rebel, and she had little corkscrew pigtails?
Roll 20. Damn, that was so long ago now. But yeah.
So yeah, those. I got a new toy that lets me put my hair in corkscrew ringlets.
I bet that looks pretty.
Boy, I didn't even know you drew that picture.
Mhm.
Oh damn, that's pretty good. I can't draw faces worth a shit. I can only draw animals.
I can only draw women's faces.
Oh, that's fair.
The best I can do is like stick figures and little like V-shaped birds.
I mean, that works too. Yeah. Like I used to draw cats and horses randomly while I was bored at work.
When I was bored at work, I would use blue tack to make little sculptures.
What kind of sculptures would you make?
I had a little swan that I made and left on my desk for a while.
Hang on. Tyler, can you try talking again? The other just was not working at all.
Oh no.
If he was trying to come through on a cell phone, you can't do it. It will just disconnect the call. You have to move everybody else into private chat and keep you in. This is what happened to me.
That is so much work. I did.
No, it's cool then. It's fine. You actually did DM me everything I needed to know. So, but can you please roll me a religion check?
Ooh, that I can do. This is my thing. This is my thing. And then instead of
Okay.
the 1, so that's a 13 is what that is.
13. Okay. I'm going to DM you a response. Or a result.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Then after that, he'll just head back inside.
Okay.
People watch out into the woods.
Okay. So, day dawns. You've gotten used to it, but it is noticeable as you've traveled further and further north. The dawn breaks somewhat dimly. The light is thin, even when the sun does start to peek over the mountains to your north and east. The air and the way that the light shines through it is kind of stretched and thin, like as if the air, just like the ground around here, has been sapped of some of its ability to support life. But regardless, you do all awaken as the dome shimmers out of existence around you. And you all have a new day and a new level.
Yay! Just for thematic purposes, Lauren probably would have waken up a little bit early. And then just began his little meditation with the sword on the lap, legs crossed. As we did just get through another pretty big fight. And he will be making his offerings to the glory of Timbers and his own new comrades.
Whenever you come out of your little meditation, you'll probably notice that, like, a little ways away, as to not be obvious, Nyx was doing everything that you were doing. But he had his bow in his lap.
You're like in his eyesight.
Yeah.
Just raise an eyebrow and grab the hilt and use the sword basically as a cane, still sheathed. Pick himself up. And Uther, I suppose, as he comes out of this trance, you just feel an odd sense of warmth from his presence, and that's it.
Uther would perk up and be like, "That's new."
Fuck you, Tyler. Made a pool joke. Yeah, he would just say, "Yeah, always getting new perks." And he would just approach Nyx and Water and just look down at Nyx and... So did you choose, apparently,
I'm sorry, what now?
Nope. So he would just make his way outside, because that answered the question. She would just kick up next to him and he would just pat her.
Well, I guess we need to get Naira and then see if we can get into that last room.
Yeah, she has something to tell you, by the way.
Alright, I'll go look for her. And I'll search the first floor for my sister.
Okay, Nara, does he find you where you are on the map?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just for speed's sake, I'll just move you over there next.
Is she up or is she still like asleep?
That's a good question.
Given Nara's propensity for sleeping in, I'd say she's probably still curled up.
I'm gonna roll a D100. No, I'm awake.
Mm-hmm.
Nyx would just kind of come into the doorway and just say, "Morning, I think we're just still getting ourselves up and together. And then we were gonna decide what we wanted to do today. I figured we would try to figure out how to get into that room below.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
All right. Well, I will leave you to your getting ready, and we'll see you in a bit.
Aren't you curious?
About the stone. I'm sure what you said was right. Like it exploded.
Well, I wouldn't actually say that it exploded. No, I wasn't right. But
Oh.
I'm kind of surprised you just assumed it was destroyed.
Well, I would assume that an explosion would do it, but
Yeah, but I mean, nobody heard an explosion.
I don't know. Y'all got all them fancy magics.
No, it didn't explode. And it took a while, so um, I was being overly cautious.
No, you were being fine cautious. I should probably defer to you when it comes to more magical based stuff. You know a lot more about it than me. So, sorry.
Roll an insight check.
Haha!
She sort of just nods and she says, I'm not so sure anyone should be deferring to me. And I'm not so sure anyone thinks they should anyway. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time we stop pretending that I'm any kind of leader. And we ask somebody else to step into it.
I think you might be being too hard on yourself there, but
I think
if
you
that's
would make a great leader.
no, I'm sorry, no, no thanks. If any of the stuff that has happened over the past couple days have shown us anything, if I'm the leader, I will explode somebody, get us caught, or put something into a fire and cause somebody else to explode. So
Yeah, but people follow you. They don't run away from you. So I think that's sort of the most important thing.
no, I would say the most important thing is whether you want it or not, and thank you is flattering, but
Nobody cared if
I
I
don't
wanted
want
it.
it. Kind of seemed like you did, or at least I thought so.
When I was outright asking people not to call me boss and not to defer to me and
Well,
everybody thinks I was playing coy, don't they? Okay. All right, well, maybe I'll ask Uther. He's very good with his words. Come on.
if that's what you want.
I don't think anybody asked me what I wanted.
I know that feeling.
You guys regather. You're able to break camp, break your fast without any issues. Some of the bodies are starting to get a little bit ripe in this close proximity in the courtyard. But other than that, it is a fine enough morning. What's on the agenda?
That's a really good question. As he looked to the newly arrived too.
So Nick says that the plan is to go down into that final chamber and try and get it open?
That's what I thought we were doing.
Uther, what do you
Or at
think?
least figure out what it is.
I mean, it is the final chamber, and I am a tad bit curious.
Well, there might be something of significance, historically speaking, so I definitely would like to try and get it open. That's my vote anyway, but I think we should definitely make a call, and she's looking at Uther with expectation.
All right, let's go. Let's try and crack this chamber.
Back downstairs.
God, why can't there just be a fire pole that we can slide down? I swear, we never have fun dungeons. We never have cool slides
Whee!
that lead directly into spike traps.
Okay, so you'll make your way downstairs one by one.
I put myself in the wall.
Oh, 1 second, I'll be right there. The forges actually have been left idle long enough now that they are both not cold. There is still lingering heat in the stone around them, but the fire itself has gone out and left behind nothing but ash, but still emanating from the corridor itself, the eerie white light from the eye at the far end of the hall continues unabated. I wonder, I'm going to assume that you cast light on yourself before coming down here. I noticed it's still active on your character.
Yeah, I'll just, for the sake of this, I keep it up.
Okie doke. So I'll just move you guys. Ooh, let's see. I'll just move you guys down there so you don't have to worry about messing with the walls and everything. And there you go. And you guys all gather in the main chamber.
Naira, you said that cloak allowed you to pass, right?
Yes, it should actually allow us all to pass as long as it can see me, so I should go out first. Or I can give this cloak to somebody else.
No, we'll follow you.
Right. You step in, and as you move forward, there's no apparent reaction from the eye. The rest of you move into the corridor, and it remains glowing, but otherwise unresponsive.
Magical people should probably go towards the front, right? Because you said there was some kind of weird thing with the door.
Should probably slow a lip bar. If he just stands in front of the eye, I guess it'll be alright. As Uther just nudges as Lariam just nudges Uther.
Trying to get around the tie. There we go.
You should stay there, don't let them get shot. We didn't actually come in here before. Are these like gargoyles?
No. So on each of the where those things are, you guys all step into this room now. It's a fairly large room, very lit with this very stark white light, very similar to the light cast by the eye itself. But you can clearly see that attached to the wall on four sides of the central dais are these metal sconces that end instead of in cups that hold torches. There's a small metal wire cage inside which are these small, what look to be crystals that are glowing with this very bright white light. And on the door itself, it's actually hard to tell if it's in fact a door. The only real kind of clue to that is the fact that it's slightly inlaid into a lintel. It's just this wide stone slab, engraved into which is the now familiar symbol of House Thorlane, which is a axe in front of a lit beacon. Beside it is a plaque which not all of you can read. In fact, Naira is the only one that can read easily, but all of you know what it says due to the translation she provided from her earlier exploration, which is the Chamber of Shadow, where darkness is made to serve the light. It follows then a list of 4 names, and then it says, meditate upon the dark and begin your work.
And what's in the center?
In the center, go ahead and give me an investigation check
I'll help.
as you're examining it. And I'll let you, go ahead and roll with advantage because Naira and everyone else is in the room with you.
Did you not hear me? I said I would help.
Oh,
sorry,
no,
that's
didn't hear.
But cool. Okay, so yeah, Naira is definitely helping. 23. Okay, this is a stone, almost like a table or altar, except that rather than having legs, it is just a column of stone that rises. It's got a seam around its base where the tiles of the floor meet it, but it is just a stone column that rises out of the floor. And as you investigate it, you see that it's smooth all the way around, with a slight kind of like the stone that it is made out of is patterned with seams running through it of different materials and things like that. But on the front of it, facing the symbol on the door, is a kind of indentation into the gunnel into the material of the dais, and inset into it, about halfway up, is the symbol of the eye of the Father Judge, the same symbol that watches the corridor outside.
Hey, Naira, there's another eye over here.
Do I glean any additional information? Would an Arcana help?
You
Or
earlier,
religion?
yes, yeah, actually, because you'd earlier cast detect magic in this room. So yeah, go ahead and roll me an Arcana as you kind of put together your earlier impressions of the magic in the
25.
room. Nice. Okay. This eye is definitely interwoven. Like you can just tell from the engraving, the way that it is engraved, and the materials that have been used to fill in the engravings in certain parts. This is definitely a part of the enchantment that is laid into this room and centralized on the door. And in fact, with a 25, I will say you also can specifically tell that the runes and the materials that are used in it are intended to interact in some way with the crystals in the torches around the room.
Okay. Well, I know we wanted to try casting darkness. I think that this dais is intended to be used traditionally to get that door open, but I could be wrong. But I do think that we're definitely supposed to do something about making it dark in here. So, Laurium, did you want to do that and see what happens?
I mean, sure, if you think it'll work.
What do you think, Uther?
Yeah, it says about darkness. Let's give it some darkness.
That would effectively, this entire chamber would be darkened.
Woo!
It's a 15-foot sphere, so.
Naira's gonna
Wander
go
will
over
reluctantly drop his head.
and put her hand
Oh.
on the door.
Who wants to be the one doing the meditating?
Wander, you're quite good at that. Oh, I mean, unless somebody else has any ideas.
Would you want to do a wander?
On what?
As we'll just point to that.
Well, it said to meditate on your work, right?
No, meditate upon the dark and begin your
Upon
work.
Begin you. So I mean, I can. Then what?
Sorry, what'd you say? You said you can and what?
Yeah, exactly that. I can. Then what?
Yeah, I'll just look at Naira and Nyx and just shrug.
Well,
I get it.
This isn't either one. Jeez.
I mean, let's try it.
As you guys are discussing this from your positions now, Nyx, Naira, and Uther, please give me perception checks.
Hmm. Damn it, Cole! We took the corners.
I know, right? It's not like my perception would help whatsoever. Twin power activate.
Naira and Nyx, you both realize as you from where you are standing, Naira is the only one of the five of you that appears to be casting a shadow.
Oh! Naira, can you move that cloak around?
Yeah, she gives it a flourish.
Does the shadow move?
Yes, the shadow moves to in accordance with how she's moving the cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Naira
And if
looks at you and points at the dais.
Maybe it's just like the hallway. It needed to see the cloak.
I'm still lost. Lord doesn't even understand what she figured out.
Yeah, well, I can't even see anything. So.
With my, do you want me to roll another? I have a guess, but do you want me to roll another Arcana check?
No. Well, what's your question? I'll say that that was your role to understand this place. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I understand why the shadow is happening, but does it have to do with the dice?
You don't know if the cloak is specifically tuned to the dais, but it does seem to be responding to the magic of the room in some way. Yes, yes, yeah. There does appear to be a relationship, essentially.
Nara, try moving out of the sight of that eye. Does the shadow, like, once she gets out of, like, where the eye could quote unquote see her, does she still cast a shadow, or does the shadow move with her?
The shadow moves with her. But the two of you both notice as you move, the shadow continues to be cast toward the dais.
Maybe try to sit in it.
You climbing up on top?
Yeah, fuck it.
What's your passive perception?
Not high.
Let me actually just double
13.
check here. 13. Given that you are climbing on top of it, I will say that that's enough. As you climb onto it, you actually feel it shift slightly under your weight. Not down, but twisting slightly before suddenly seeming to lock. But otherwise, there doesn't appear to be any response.
As she was climbing up, how did her shadow interact with the dais?
She now actually appears to be casting a shadow directly down onto it, as if the sun, it was high noon and the sun were directly above her.
Did any of us notice that the dais like shifted?
Let me see who's got a high percent passive. Wander definitely noticed. The rest of you give me perception checks.
Mm-hmm.
Himbo powers activated.
Yeah, Uther and Nyx, you both noticed as well.
When it shifted, was her shadow in a particular spot on the dais?
Didn't seem to be. It
Okay.
more to just be responding to kind of, like when you climb onto something, it will like the weight settles on it. In a certain way, that seemed to be more what was going on.
So, if she's casting a shadow, these almost lantern things, they're all lit, yes?
Yes.
Should I just try to cut them all off? You will ask openly to the group.
Listen, I'm fine just taking shots at this. We're trying to figure out a puzzle. We're gonna have a bunch of dead ends, I think. So go for it. If we need to relight him, he does prestige Zippo fingers. We got this.
As he will do.
Give me an Arcana check.
For who?
Uther and Naira. As the only two that are, like, competent at it.
Hmm.
Himbo powers.
Himbo powers.
I don't
These-
understand. I must have something special happening right now. I rolled a 1.
What?
Wait, what?
What?
That was a 7.
I thought I rolled a 1. I'm almost certain I did.
No, yeah. It's weird. I'm seeing it as 7, even in the D&D Beyond campaign.
Yeah, it does look like a 1 though.
Okay.
But yeah, no.
That's super weird. But you both, the light being cast by these is very obviously magical. There would be no guarantee that the enchantment would continue to function within firelight.
Well, try that magical darkness thing.
Alright, shit, you don't have to tell me twice. And he will use the incantation and cast darkness centered on Naira. Right before casting it, he will just say, Alright, just brace yourself, close your eyes.
You focus and release your power, and you feel it manifest. And like you even kind of blink, ready for the darkness to grow, but it never comes. The room remains starkly lit.
And so look at one of the lanterns and just be like, my power didn't catch.
Interesting.
Do the lanterns have any like switches or dials or any like anything that can be manipulated on them?
No, but do give me an investigation check. There's nothing like immediately obvious, but as you're examining them.
I'm just thinking maybe she has to meditate towards her shadow or something.
23. You don't see any mechanisms or anything on them, but you do see symbols in High Imperial, which with a 23 you understand enough of, because these are very basic, like fundamental like concepts of the language that are essentially like honor, glory, valor, and mercy are they're like a symbol for each of those is stamped into essentially the metal fitting of the sconce.
I think you can tell that they are siblings. Nyx gets a variation of how Naira gets when she gets excited, and he'll just go, Dreamer, they have words printed on them, and then he'll list out what each of the sconces say.
Oh, so that probably tells us what we need to pray. Do you want me to try saying that again, and you can cast magical darkness again, or?
Well, I can only do it once a day, and that kind of did it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I've got a question. Do you think it's a coincidence that there are 4 sconces and then 4 words and then 4 names listed?
I like where your head's at, Scout. Do they all line up? Can we like move the lanterns, like pull them off? You know what I mean? Like, are they on like a hook?
No, they seem to be embedded into the stone itself,
Okay.
and the cages, like there's a little bit of wiggle room for the crystal in the cage, but not to the point where like it doesn't have any kind of directionality.
Okay. I was wondering if maybe they were out of order.
What's the door made out of?
A flat slab of stone, as far as you can see.
Better go grab a fucking battle axe.
Warhammer and a chisel.
Wait, hold on, Christine. I feel like you're trying to say something, but I can't hear you.
I don't know why I'm so quiet. Does that help at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I have gotten off the dais and I'm sort of walking around and assessing some things.
As you are walking around, you continue to notice that no matter where you are in the room, it is as if the closest lantern is the only light source, and it is shining direct, like as if it were a directed beam toward the dais, based on how your shadow is being cast. The rest of the dais, apart from the little inlaid section in the front, is completely smooth.
I think any more of them weapons with that fancy fucking emblem on it would react to it.
That's possible. What fancy emblem?
Wasn't didn't some of the weapons have a similar marking to the cloak?
No, they had the Imperial era weapons that were found. The pommel was basically stamped with the Imperial seal, but that was essentially standard issue for the Imperial Army. There was one sword that had a carved griffin as the pommel, but no, it didn't. Like none of the carvings on it or anything like that matched this room.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I have another. The group. Does anybody know what it means to be an Imperator or a Centaurus?
Naira, roll history with advantage. Anybody else who has history proficiency can also roll.
You said
No.
hold shift? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just
24?
Nice.
Okay, yes, you definitely recognize these words. They were ranks within the imperial military. So somebody who was of common birth but had achieved high rank would go by their military rank rather than by Sir or Lord. So the Sir Galan Bodessa and Sir Belandon Glorandin would both have been nobles. But Imperator and Centaurus were specifically military ranks. Imperator denoted command of essentially a potentially up to an army. So anywhere from a few hundred to several thousand men might be under the command of an Imperator. A Centaurus was of slightly lower rank and would command anything up to 1,000. That was all that under normal circumstances they would be expected to command.
So, definitely some very important people.
I guess I was kind of hoping that maybe those titles would have lined up with one of these words.
If nobody minds, I might have an idea.
Yeah, Dreamer, go ahead.
And oh yeah, I keep opening up the wrong character sheet. And Naira is going to say, I've been working on this, and she's gonna cast a spell you guys have not seen her do before.
Oh.
And
Interesting.
as she does this, she casts, and 3 duplicates of her appear in a line beside her. And then they go around and stand around the dais until they're casting shadows at each of the sconces.
Okay.
I was thinking.
Yes, all 4 of them do apparently cast shadows, just like you,
Yay!
standing at the corners of the dais.
Does anything happen?
Not immediately, but
Well,
you haven't actually you've positioned yourself, but you haven't done anything to kind of activate anything at this point.
Maybe if someone sits in the center again. I'm not volunteering anyone but Uther.
Yeah, got this. Let's see. As he would jump to the center.
Okay, you hop up, and this time it's much more pronounced. So even with everybody's passive perception, you all notice the dais shifts a few degrees as he kind of lands and sort of ends his momentum, and it pushes down into the stone. The whole dais slides noiselessly and quite easily around a few degrees, and there is a subtle grinding noise from the direction of the door.
Oh, I'm gonna manipulate the shit out of this. Watch this, guys. As I'm going to try and do that shifting weight around to see how much movement I can get out of it or spin at all.
Okay, give me a dexterity roll. Yeah.
Acrobatics
Can the
thing?
shadows move it at all?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Give me an acrobatics.
All right.
Yeah.
Himbo powers activate.
I see Beyblades.
Yeah, you're basically you start to kind of do the twist up there. And as you sort of shift your momentum and push your feet around, the dais spins with you smoothly around. And Naira, you notice that as it passes you, just at the moment where it would be looking at the torch, the eye flares briefly, but otherwise does not respond. And it shifts past the first, the second, the third, the fourth, and as it does so, you hear the door again grinding slightly and starting to move. And as the dais shifts all the way around so that the eye is once again facing the door, there is a low note of a mechanism running through the tunnel, reverberating in the floor underneath you, and the entire dais sinks slightly into the floor. And then, with a click, the runes around the door flare, and it begins to slide noiselessly open.
Now, if you'll all give me 10 minutes, I can cast Detect Magic, and we can go in there prepared to find anything important.
Yeah, if it's all right with you, I'm just gonna, while you cast that, stand in the doorway and just see if I can see if there are any visible traps.
Just a big log hanging from the ceiling.
Or,
I mean, you never know.
I'm gonna retest
Skyrim
that
log.
next week. Yeah.
But yeah, while Naira casts her ritual, Nyx is just going to, like, from the safety of this side of the opening, just like look and try to see if he can like clock anything.
Okay. As you step forward to get a better look inside,
No.
you can see the chamber very clearly. It's starkly lit with the same bright white light that you have become familiar with in this enchanted area. As you look around, there's no signs whatsoever of dust or age. Everything is as though it were just made. In the center of the room, there's two large tables, both of which are festooned with straps and gears and other mechanisms that you're not entirely sure of the purpose of, all gleaming as though they'd just been cleaned and oiled. Behind them, a chair, similarly festooned with straps of its own, sits in the middle of a runic circle that has been carved and then etched and filled with some kind of dark substance directly into the floor around it. On the left, just like from the door, close on the wall, there's two racks that look to hold cloaks and gloves and various like weapons and instruments, none of which are very large, not intended for battle. The largest is a set of daggers that you can see. Most of the others, though, look more like surgical tools. On the opposite wall, on the right, there are a series of manacles set into the wall. You can just see as you kind of crane your head forward to get a look inside. And still chained into the manacles, three skeletons stare back at you, slumped to the floor, but their wrists still firmly held in place. Next to them, two tables hold books and writing implements, sitting apparently ready for use. And against the back wall, sets of shelves are lined with volumes, all neatly ordered and apparently untouched by time. Give me an investigation check.
Can I give him guidance on that?
Yes, you may. And in fact, you can also, because again, you're all there, you're all kind of taking your time on Mara cast her ritual. I'll say you can roll with advantage.
Guidance gives me a D4, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can, roll with advantage, then add the D4.
I'm still gonna roll with it.
You did it again. You rolled the exact same number twice.
Yep.
That's why I laughed.
Hey.
But 22.
22. Okay. No, you don't see any sign of traps, but with that investigation roll, I will say that you recognize some of the, just looking in, you recognize the configuration of the straps and some of the mechanisms on the chair and the tables. The chair is obviously intended to restrain somebody that is placed into it. There are straps to hold the head, pin the arms and the legs, as well as the torso in place. Similarly, on the tables, they are essentially very sophisticated racks. The mechanisms are intended to put people in various stages of discomfort or outright pain when they are strapped into place.
Why would Nyx recognize that?
We've seen this in a brothel once.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Man, that was a weird intro session.
I think kind of not, I guess just under his breath a little and directly to Uther, he'll just say, Uthi, this looks like some kind of torture chamber.
Yeah. Giving off that vibe, isn't it? Or it could be worse. With all these damn books, it could be a research chamber.
I gotta make like a concentration check.
Oh, no.
Nope.
Oh.
Completely lost my concentration.
I think, like, before Naira even, like, does something, like, as he's saying research, Nyx's eyes get wide and he's about to be like, no, don't say that.
And Naira's already up. She's like, books?
What's up with the weird fucking sigils on the ground there?
Oh, right. Detect magic. Okay. I'll get back into that.
All right, here we go.
Nyx is just a what? Can I make a dick? I want, like, can I grab him?
Nope,
give
too
me
late.
give me a dexterity save just to see how kind of Johnny on the spot you are.
Johnny on the spot.
I mean, if it's a dex save, does he get the bonus from Mr. Paladin?
Oh yeah,
You know
it's a
what?
save.
Yeah, it's a save. I guess so. I call
Get
for
a
a dex
+3.
save.
27.
Yes, you are able to like reach for him, Uther. You could try to oppose that if you wanted to. Like...
Oh,
no. So yeah, you are able to kind of grab his arm as he steps forward.
What?
Share your enthusiasm, and then he'll just look back at his sister and just say, just give it a minute, like several minutes.
I mean, I'm just saying, it was locked behind a super intricate door that we had to have all this stuff for. It just would make sense for them to put an explosive right here.
You know, if everybody's impatient, how about I just... And, for the first time, she just wastes a spell slot and casts it immediately.
As you
That could
do,
have been used to heal us in this boss fight.
this new awareness flows over your senses, and you see the familiar auras of divination, abjuration, and illusion in your room that you are in. And you sense similar fields inside the larger room. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check to interpret them. Let me just check.
Dirty 20.
What's the range on that? It's 30 feet, right?
It is 30 feet, yeah.
It's a fair.
30, 20. Okay. Yeah. As you are casting inside, you do actually sense, in particular, a divination field that is kind of hovering over the doorway that is very similar to the one projected by the eye in the corridor.
He is one of the few who hasn't taken damage from that trap. I say let him walk in.
Where did you say I saw that?
Basically, like, just inside the door, there is a divination field that is covering the entire entrance.
There is actually a, there is definitely something. If we step through that door, it's divination. It might be a trap trigger.
Is this another trap that you're immune to, or?
Well, I don't know. Unless I do know.
It's similar enough to the field projected by the eye that it wouldn't be an unreasonable conclusion based on your 20.
It might be a good idea for me to step through that door first.
All right.
You step through, and
Yeah.
as you do, you feel the magic kind of shimmer around you as you pass through the barrier. The room, the magical fields in the room flicker in response to your presence. And there is a gathering and focusing in the center of the room, the magical fields twisting for a moment. And then, with a flicker, a faint shape coalesces.
A
Oh,
shape?
hang on. That's not properly. Hang on 1 second.
I want to see two.
Hey, no pushing!
A
Oh.
shape coalesces in the center. A figure, a torso with a wisping energy underneath it, gathering from stark white energy into this somewhat corporeal but still obviously ethereal form
It's a librarian! Oh!
that flickers. And it kind of takes a moment as its form gathers, looks around the room, head whips back to you, and then it goes, RMB online, awaiting assignment.
Sounds like your brother wandered.
Oh.
That's racist.
It's just staring at you.
If I think I have an impulse that would be very, very strong, that
Give me a wisdom save.
okay.
She's just fail.
11.
How strong was the impulse?
Yeah, she's gonna go, oh my, and she is gonna walk right over to it.
It just is kind of shifting slightly in the air, as though kind of needing to rebalance itself. And as you move, you notice that every now and again, though normally its movements are fairly like flowy, every now and again it kind of goes like judders slightly as it moves, the head kind of twitching a little bit as its gaze follows you. The form sort of flickering in the air almost.
Does Uther all walk in safely?
As Uther steps in, its head actually snaps over to him. Its eyes flare for a moment, and then it looks back at you, Naira, and goes, unauthorized presence. Please provide instruction.
Grant him authorization?
Accepted.
You're right, Wanderer. I like you a lot.
And as everybody
Thank
walks
you.
into the room, she will be like, and authorize him too.
Acknowledged.
No.
And repeat.
And then she will say, what is your purpose?
Pass butter.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
I am Oremb, servant of Shadow. I keep records of all discussions, maintain facility of truth.
Oh goodness. Can you tell me the last people that were in here?
Kind of you hear this noise of kind of like, as like you kind of get this impression of power and magic turning over and over and over and over. And then it says, last records from 73 years past. Sir Belandon Glorandon and two unknown guests interrogating other subject identity unknown.
Okay, can you tell me what is the name of this location?
This location is the Chamber of Shadow.
In?
I do not know beyond this chamber.
Oh, visible disappointment. What was the name of the heraldry that
The heraldry was of House Thoralian, or Thorlane rather.
Thorlane
But you do recognize the name of Sir Belandon Glorandon. He was the last garrison leader, so basically the official head of the Fife Morwen.
Oh, okay, so I don't even care. But what I am explicitly trying to establish if Lord Murdoch has a claim.
Got it.
So I need to know about a family name, and I thought I knew one.
Yes, that was House Thorlane.
Thorlane.
Would be the precursor house, essentially, that he can trace his lineage to.
Can you confirm if this property belongs to House Thorlane?
Thor. Affirmative.
Okay, so how do I get this thing out of this room? Ideas? Can you be brought out of this room?
No. My function is is the maintenance of this facility, the keeping of the records.
Oh, okay. So are there specific? Can you retrieve the records for me that prove that it belongs to House Thorlane, please?
And it kind of goes, and then turns and moves toward the bookshelf.
Hey, boss.
Huh? Yes.
Anything else? Is anything else in here picking up magic?
Oh, good question.
Yes, actually. You get, well, first of all, the whole room obviously has a background layer of enchantment over it that you detected from the door. This close, you can detect very heavy enchantment auras from the magical circle that is carved into the ground here. But you do also detect several magical auras from the equipment on the racks here, or at least two. In fact, no, sorry, make that three. One of which is very and immediately familiar as a more powerful than you have previously encountered it field similar to the shards.
I would be drawn to that very quickly. Where was that one?
Right there, hanging up among the cloaks, and it looks like a selection of essentially hoods, aprons, and cloaks that have been hung here, most made of dark leather. But on one of the hooks is a what looks to be some kind of black cloth bag with a drawstring at the top, and when you look inside, you actually see a collar, intended obviously to go around the neck, fashioned of a very familiar black pearlescent metal with a hinge at one side and a hoop and hasp on the other. Next to them in the bag, there is a lock and a key. Padlock.
Like it was to be used on the collar.
Exactly.
Okay. But I will also point out where the other magic items were. Can I get a sense of what their schools are?
Oh, damn it, it's not on that page. One moment.
Magic dagger. Magic dagger.
But
Well,
okay.
the items. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna. I had a little bit of RP about this collar, but go ahead.
Well, just very quickly then before we get to the RP. There are two other items that are magical. First is a cloak from which you get a field of a school of illusion, and the other is a dagger which has a evocation field.
Magic dagger. You call it. You spread butter.
It's one of those daggers that lets you cut the bread and toast it at the same time.
Holy shit, it's a lightsaber.
And Naira will say, if you give me just a little bit of time, I will be able to tell you a lot more about these magic items. But these two are definitely magic.
And the spirit, Orembe, drifts over toward you, and in his hands, or its hands, I should say, they have a large, very old, but just like everything else in this room, very fresh-looking tome, on the front of which is, in High Imperial, which you read fairly well and can therefore instantly translate, the Fife of Morwen by Imperial Decree.
But what she's actually going to do is say, Nix, you were reading some of that Imperial earlier. Can you come over here? Can you just confirm for me what this says?
Are there any simple words on that page?
Give me an intelligence check.
Oh, boy.
You can get the gist. You can't, you're not entirely sure what all of the words mean, but you do recognize, you do recognize the sounds, essentially, of Morwen, as well as the general gist of the words.
I think I just point to that one and I say, Morwen.
Morwen, that's what I'm trying to look for. Thank you. And she... it's just like, that's such a great help. Thank you so much.
Do I need to roll an insight check?
Probably.
Good luck getting a 24. But sure.
Oh.
You were absolutely critical to helping her understand this particular thing. So I think I found what I'm looking for.
I feel so. Okay.
I feel dirty.
Validated. Validated. You feel validated.
That's not the word. Okay.
Well, Nyx
Hey,
feels
you got
validated.
24. Mhm.
Congratulations, you found a torture chamber.
Huh?
Naira, ask him what happens if I sit in the throne. Do I get superpowers?
That's
I'll
a good
probably
question.
get
You shouldn't even
superpowers.
ask. You should just do it.
I think let me just ask.
Here, I'll pull the levers. I bet it's a lottery.
Hopefully, I get time stopping. Let's do this.
And he sits in the chair.
do you sit in the chair?
No, I'm waiting for Naira
Okay.
to ask what happened.
Damn it.
Yes, I will ask. What will happen if we attempt to sit in the chair, or if anyone in this room attempts to sit in the chair?
I will secure subject for discussion. This is discussion.
That's
I'm
not.
sorry, what did you say?
That's not necessary. You don't need to prepare anyone. It's just, will anything activate when we sit in the chair, other than you?
The magic will begin to work and
What
make them amenable to discussion.
do you know the exact magic that will make them amenable?
Like a zone of truth?
No. My understanding is in the maintenance, not function.
Well, I don't think it's dangerous.
Might be a paralysis chair.
He said
Or
he'd
maybe
prepare
a
you.
zone of truth chair. I think I no longer think it'll give me superpowers.
Well, he said he'd prepare you. That's pretty kinky.
And no, I wasn't looking
Lorian
for
looks a bit sad.
No one says anything. We all go dead silent.
What
Tyler
did you
sent
guys
me a
say?
message that said shut.
Oh.
I mean, I'll dance if no one else is jumping up.
Yeah, Lauren was ready to pull it. I'll just have you know, if you sat down, he was immediately going to pull a random lever, and probably the red one, to his right.
The chair itself doesn't actually have any. It doesn't appear to have any mechanisms or anything. The mechanisms are specifically on the tables. The chair just has an arrangement of straps.
I want to find the coolest book, like just the cover. The most intricate, cool-looking cover that I can just glance around and see. I want that book.
The book that'll give me +2 charisma.
Give me an investigation check.
All right, here we go. Go, himbo powers.
Okay.
Okay.
As you start to look around and look at a lot of the volumes, not only on the tables but on the bookshelves along the walls, you realize that most of them seem identical, essentially. They are all relatively slim volumes in very plain covers. Go ahead and also give me an intelligence check, because you're not really fluent in Imperial. But do you speak Draconic? Uther?
I do not speak Draconic.
Okay. So no, you're not certain what the titles of any of them read, but they all seem to have very similar titles, except for incremental in certain digits or characters at the end of the titles. And the vast majority of volumes follow this same pattern of very plain or almost identically bound volumes. 1 second.
Okay.
Except for a few. One of them was the book that, in fact, the book that the spirit Orembi brought to Naira is probably the one with the most ornate cover. It being actually having like metal fittings on the book itself and like really nice scroll work and calligraphy in the texturing on the leather cover. There are a couple of others that are of similar interest. One of which is a almost entirely black volume, fairly slim, with no title that you can discern. If you're talking, I can't hear you, Uther. I think you might be muted.
Yeah, sorry, my computer freezes up sometimes.
No worries.
I felt that.
So what was like the last 8 seconds of it? Sorry.
Okay. The book that you so of the books that aren't that same kind of plainness, there is a slim leather volume bound in black leather that does not appear to have any title on it. But the leather itself is very fine, and also just judging by the texture of it, this didn't come from a cow.
Do I think it's human flesh, or does it look more scaly?
With your, what did you roll?
20 on an investigation.
20 on investigation. Not human. You're not entirely sure what it is, but it's definitely too kind of textured and thick to be a human skin.
Maybe buck or something. And I'll reach out and, all right, found my book.
Do you mention that it's written in a language you don't understand?
Pish posh, I'll learn it.
I'm just wondering if you mentioned it. Sorry.
No, I don't think I have. As I would open it and look down in Draconic, and then I would just be like, Naira will teach me how to read this. And then he would close it.
He gets a dark look in his eye. 1,000-year stare. Perception check was cool.
I was just about to move on to that little interaction.
You don't need to know. He already knows.
Your insight.
After me. Okay. Well, in that case, Lorium. Or Nyx, Lorium, are either of you guys doing anything in particular?
He does want to try to put together the levers do, and as well as how long these skeletons.
Okay. Give me a, medicine or investigation, I guess, for the skeletons.
I guidance myself. I'm kidding, I do not have that.
Holy crap! Okay. They are skeletons. Like there are still signs of very desiccated flesh and hair and scrap and like some kind of threads of clothing on their bodies, but they have decomposed thoroughly. You would estimate it's probably been anywhere from 60 to 70 years, maybe a little bit more. In fact, yeah, you'd guess it's been a little over 70 years with a 21. For them to have deteriorated to this state, given the environment that they're in. They almost look like they've kind of been sort of dry mummified, like a body in the desert.
Okay. The cracks a forearm open and the bone marrow is like fucking dried up. He's like, oh yeah.
Exactly, yeah. From the look of it, with a 21, all three of them were human.
Okay.
And also all, and in fact, with a 21, yeah, all adult males, you would guess.
Well, if it's of any interest to anyone, all these skeletons were men. They've been here for about a... well, human lifetime.
Interest.
That's actually not all that long ago.
Exactly my thought.
You would, you guys are all aware as well that the fall of the empire itself, the death of the last emperor happened 78 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Be like, it lines up with the
Interregnum.
Empire's fall. What?
The interregnum, the
Oh.
period after the emperor's death.
Yeah, it lines up with the interregnum.
Yeah.
I am now just perusing all of the books that are on here and seeing if anything catches my eye.
Okay. As you look through them, you can read the imperial runes on each of them, and most of the volume, in fact, pretty much all of the volumes that look similar, they all appear to be very meticulously kept. I mean, are you kind of opening some of them and having a flick through?
Right now, I'm just reading the titles.
Okay.
The ones that I find interesting, I would, yes.
So the titles of all of the similar-looking volumes are essentially discussion record followed by a number and then a year. Discussion record followed by a number and then a year. They go for an entire year, kind of counting up, and then we'll reset to 1 the following year, all using the imperial calendar. There's generally 1 or 2 volumes per year. And you are able, like, even without rolling a history check, based on your studies and expertise, you're able to see that in certain periods where there were times of conflict within the empire, there are more volumes for those years. There are also a number of other volumes that appear to have more specific applications. There's a couple of them, strangely enough, that are actually religious in tone, in content. One of them is the 5 Pillars, and the other is the Justice of Father Judge. In addition to that, there are several books of imperial law, again, that look like they have been updated over time. They span a timescale of well over 100 years, from what you can see, based on kind of the associations of kind of the naming conventions and things like that.
And then I'll have a cursory glance at what's on these tables, but I'm particularly interested now in identifying the magic items.
Okay. On the tables, there are essentially what look to be incomplete records. Just glancing over the volumes that are laying open, you can actually see that they appear to be recording different, records of different conversations that have been had in this room. In at least 2 of them, one of the participants in the conversation is marked as Sir Glorandin. And that's all you kind of see with a cursory glance. But if you were to stop and read, I could give you more.
That would definitely get my attention, yes.
Okay. In one case, the transcript is very obviously of an interrogation. Sir Glorandin, as well as a person that is marked simply as assistant, are asking questions to another individual that is not named, but is simply referred to as captive. And they appear to be questioning them about an insurrection movement within Morosa. The other is a similar conversation, but what is notable about it is that at the end, the conversation follows that pattern for a few lines, and then on the final page, there is a notation that says, "Authorized presence enters. Sir Glorandin, I told you not to interrupt me. What is it? Authorized presence. They're moving, sir. Separatists are gathering to the south. Sir Glorandin. Curses. By the 5 pillars, we must go to meet them. We can't let them breach this facility. Orembi, guard the chamber. Prepare it for my return." And then there is a series of 3 lines indicating the end of the conversation.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. There was is part of my backstory. There was a rumored but unconfirmed battle in this location, right? Like, one of the things that I was hoping to find was whether or not there was a confirmation of this battle.
Yes, that is correct. There are no confirmed military records of what took place when the Five of Morrowind was lost. That was one of the things you were hoping to uncover.
So Naira makes another special little squeal noise. And she's like, "Oh my God. I'm gonna get a commendation. You don't even understand."
Nyx will look over and see her buy a book and be like, "Oh, do you need me to read something again?"
No, this one I've got. Thank you. And she's just delighted, and I'm gonna stick that in her pack. I didn't know that I would be able to uncover that particular bit of information, but being able to confirm that there was a battle and that the attack was from insurrectionists coming from the south, like, this is... I'm gonna be able to show this to Sir Bellavere. I am so excited.
Congratulations.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I know it's probably boring to all of you. I know. I'm sorry. This is why I'm here.
No. I just don't understand any of it. That's all.
Learning, trying to keep up. It's, all new. But you shouldn't apologize. But
Anyway,
with that, you have your confirmation. This is
What you were looking for.
Yep.
So you're saying that there was a battle here?
It looks like, yeah. Nobody knows why this fight was lost, and it looks like it was lost in battle, and that's just... I theorized, but now I have proof, and being able to prove it is just... I can't even describe, but I will focus, and she will start ritually casting Identify.
Actually, before you do, Nyx will walk over and kind of talk at you. I don't know if you can talk while you're ritually casting. Probably not. But
Or I will say for portions of it, ritual casting, there's going to be some chanting involved, but it's not going to be constant. A lot of the time is just going to be making sure that you can like scribe the sigil properly and things like that. So there is room for that.
So that's awesome that you found that confirmation. I guess there wasn't really a lot of information on this place, was there?
Not much, no. I mean, not even everybody believes that it actually existed or anymore. There was a theory that it was completely wiped off, but
Well, no. It's lucky that you were able to figure out what. If it had been basically lost to history, no one would have known what was here and all this, I don't know, stuff. It's just exciting.
she smiles at that. And she goes, "Oh, I think so." I mean, given enough time, there's stuff we could learn here.
Yeah, and I'm sure Lord Murdoch would be extremely thrilled. I'm sure if like you said, his family had connections to this, I bet he can now fill in some of the gaps.
Not if. We definitely know that his family has connections. That's the document that the thingy handed to me earlier. I can prove that Murdoch has a claim to this place, that he'll be able to take it over, which is, I know, what his interest was. He wanted to be able to expand into, what is the name of this country? Amarosa?
Arosa.
Arosa.
Marosa is the yeah. Or sorry, no, sorry, Marosa. Yes, you were right. Arosa is the capital.
Okay.
I keep getting those mixed up.
He wanted to be able to expand his network into Marosa, so he's going to be absolutely delighted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Well, before we leave, we should probably do another once-over and make sure we've collected all the things we probably don't need to be here if they send people, you know?
Yeah, feel free to look around while I'm finishing up with this.
Okay. And so, Nairi, you're going to start your ritual casting.
Or, well, we were talking during that, so.
Or, yeah, you're going to continue your ritual casting. It'll take a few minutes. I think if there's something that you want to accomplish in that time, and we will take a quick 5-minute break just to grab drinks and pick a bio.
Yay! I'll let my puppy out real quick.
Woo!
Okay, so you, Naira, are able to continue casting your Identify. While she's doing that, does anybody else want to do anything in particular in the room? Lauren, you said you were kind of messing with the levers. Is there anything in particular you're trying to accomplish or figure out?
He just wanted to see what their function was.
As you kind of manipulate them, you watch certain fittings on the tables basically move and shift and raise or drop. And basically, if somebody were to be strapped into this table, you would be manipulating their body, essentially, by turning, there's various wheels and levers, and the further you turn or push them, the greater the effect as you watch the fittings for the straps be basically shifted with the movement.
He's playing with him. He's like, "Yep, that would break a wrist." And he pushes another one. He's like, "Yep, that would pop a. Okay, never mind. I'm done with this." For funsies, he'll pop Divine Sense.
Doesn't ping on anything. Although, actually, can you actually pop Divine Sense into the thing? me double check something.
Yes!
There's a demon in the chair.
Don't do that! Here you go.
Loki, that's what I expected. I thought there was going to be like an invisible devil in the chair.
No. You can feel that there is, like, obviously some kind of effect in the room, but it doesn't specifically trigger anything like any kind of recognition as a hallow spell or any particular fiendish or otherwise aura.
Okay.
So a few minutes pass, and Naira, you are able to complete your identify spell. What specifically were you focusing on?
The first one I was focusing on was the cloak.
The cloak. Okay. I lost my place in my notes. Here we go. So the cloak, very similar to the cloak of protection that you found on the surface, being worn by the ogre chieftain. On first look, it is made out of the same kind of heavy black velvet, but it doesn't bear any sigil. But as you kind of familiarize yourself with the magic of it and hold it up, you realize that it has an illusion enchantment in it, and when worn, the rich blackness, when you put the hood up, the rich blackness fades away, and it is replaced by this very hard to focus on, shifting gray and green pattern. This is a cloak intended to help somebody hide.
It's a veterinary cloak. I get it.
Essentially, it's a cloak of elven kind, though not of elven make. That's just mechanically what it is.
Okay.
that perfect for. It's clearly for Uther.
And then I will basically hold it up and I say, this cloak is magically enchanted to make it a little bit easier to be hidden. And then she will sort of set it aside and start working on the dagger.
Okay. The dagger, as you examine it in more detail, is a very, very fine piece of workmanship. It's got a long, narrow, double-edged blade, slightly curved and hooked at the end. The guard and hilt are fashioned into a somewhat disturbing shape. There is a clasping hand that forms the pommel, the arm of it making the hilt. And in the palm, where the pommel stone would normally be, there is a carving of a screaming mouth. This is a dagger of pain. When used to inflict a wound, no matter how minor, on an individual, it will cause searing pain to fill their body. And when used in combat, will deal an additional 1d4 psychic damage on hit.
Once she's done, she will say, and this interesting piece of work is definitely not a very nice dagger, but I don't suppose many of them are. And then she will explain that what it does, and she's typically daggers enchanted in this way are referred to as daggers of pain or blades of pain. Sometimes of torment.
You got that reference.
Well, I definitely don't use daggers, so. I think there's one of us who does, though.
And then she will just look up at Nyx.
Oh, right, me. I forgot that I use melee weapons. Yeah, I mean, if nobody else wants the dagger, I guess I could hold on. Is that a screaming face?
Yeah, it looks kind of like you.
Myra, give me that dagger.
Something.
She'll hand it out. She's expecting you to take it anyway.
Yeah, no, he'll take the dagger and just like look at the dagger and look at Lorium, look at the dagger, and then
Lauren
sheath
takes a
it.
dodge action.
Okay. It came with, by the way, it was hanging on the rack. The blade that Naira unsheathed to examine it does have a, again, very finely made but quite plain black leather hilt or scabbard that could be like very easily strapped to a belt or something like that.
Awesome. I will take those. And how much psychic damage?
1d4.
Awesome.
That automatically makes it do more damage on average than a short sword for you. Good job.
Okay.
Honestly, I think I just need to give up the sword.
This is a sign.
Don't worry, we'll get you something that makes your weapons return to you at some point.
Yeah, a rope.
But yeah, is that everything we needed down here? Or, Naira, did you want to look around more?
No, I mean, I can't send back this entire bookshelf, so I think I found everything. If they deem the work important enough, Sorveni will send out an official expedition.
Did you already tell them about this place?
Well, well, what do you mean? Do they know I'm out here looking for it? Yes. I haven't been able to report in that I found it yet, but I intend to. Well, it's why I'm out here. I had to submit a why?
I know, I'm just thinking it'd be weird of them to find this little torture chamber and all this information, but I guess they're gonna fucking find it anyway.
Question, do I think it would be weird?
I mean, what do you mean by weird? Like,
You and Lorem have vastly different perceptions on.
Yeah, we do. I mean, have you noticed that she's been very casually walking around this place?
Yeah.
like there are, pretty much certainly any institution that predates the interregnum, they have, many of them have very extensive records of their own histories and goings on and internal structures and politics and everything like that, dating back for several hundreds of years into imperial authority. You did spend some time with Vanya, and even Lord Murlock's own library has very extensive records of specific happenings that are relevant to his family and his fields of interest that go back several centuries into the imperial history. So this is a very specific cache of knowledge, but and so in that way it is unique, but the existence of records going back into Imperial times that predate the interregnum would not be unique.
Yeah, but I don't think that a torture chamber in a place like this is also all that unique, do I?
Oh, I mean, probably not, no.
No.
Knowing what you know about Imperial history, yeah. Like, Imperial torturer, that was that was a title at the Imperial court.
So, Naira to Lorium will make one of those sort of dismissive gestures as she has no idea she's doing it. And she will basically just say, as unfortunate as it is, a lot of history is recorded in rooms like this.
That's it. He just grunts to it.
I kind of want to roll an insight check.
Go for it if you like.
Yeah, you go for it if you want.
Yeah, go for it if you want. Actually, I just want to
Luther's unfazed.
Hey.
Like, yeah, Inquisitors. Uh-huh.
Yeah, torture. Woo!
20, what does she get?
You got.
See what
By the way, he said, this place and all the information. He wasn't more concerned about, the act of torture or the information. He was more concerned about where it was going. Was the inclination.
Where what was going?
Well, basically the new management this place would potentially fall under.
Ah, right.
Oh, so, right. Then, yeah, you might notice that Naira's ears flatten a little bit, just a tiny bit, and then she sort of recovers and perks back up.
Why in this campaign do you always roll so fucking high with a +3 insight against me?
I don't know.
It's a serious pattern,
What do you
though.
mean? It's obvious. It's how the universe balances it out. But I suppose at this point, Wander will actually take a step towards it. And he will say,
Speak into your phone. I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry, Father.
Thank you.
Is that better?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Hmm.
I hate being told. Yeah, he'll say, when will we go to the library?
Oh, well, actually, that would be once I'm done here. We should just pack up and head on out. We'll probably want to head down to Amosa and catch ship, and then we'll be heading back to Sorveni unless anybody has anything else they want to do.
Slowly, Lorium raises his hand.
Naira
Thank
will
you
look
for
to Uther to see if he gives Lorium permission to speak.
And before either even speaks, Wander will look towards him and say, what?
He's not asking for permission, but I'm looking. I don't notice. As he'll just say, I think you're forgetting a spot.
Am I forgetting something? Oh no. I sometimes get a little bit flighty when I get excited.
I mean, if you just want to pay me and be done with it, that's perfectly fine, but I'm going off into the woods.
Oh, I thought you were, because I will be picking up the purse at Sorveni. That's where the money is. I thought you were coming with us.
Well, then before that, I'd have other business.
Okay, well then, Wander, it looks like we will be taking care of Lorium's business, and then we will be heading to the library, if that's all right.
He sees his shoulders droop ever so slightly.
And yet Lauren will look at you and just smile and say, "Oh, so you're volunteering. That's delightful."
Well, of course.
Hmm.
Oh, were we not invited? I'm so sorry. That might have been rude.
Oh no, he'll just look towards Nyx and just say, "Looks like you're stuck with me for a bit longer, Scout."
Well, shit.
And he'll look back to Naira and just say, "He's so fucking enthused."
Okay. So, what are you guys doing? You identified the items. Nyx, I think you're carrying both of them right now. Uther, you have your volume. Or, I mean, if that's wrong, somebody please correct me.
I only took the dagger. I think the cloak
Okay.
is still on that table.
Fair enough.
Who needs it? Anyone? I mean, I'm a little bit sneaky. It might be more helpful for you guys who are terrible at sneaky to make you less terrible at it. But I could
That's
use
a
it to
really
make
funny
myself
way
better.
to put that.
But it's up to y'all.
Or we could give it to the person who is most likely to head out alone and need to be as sneaky as possible. And she's looking at Nyx.
And Nyx is looking at Naira.
Yeah, how I look at things like that and equipment is not really making things people are bad at better, but making people or what you're good at better. Proving what you already got.
Alright, well, if nobody else wants it, then I guess I will take it. It's not quite as cool as my other cloak, but I guess I will make it work.
You can wear one over each shoulder, it's fine.
Multi-cloaking action. Nyx switches out the cloak, and Wander cries vehemently.
Oh, Wander, did you want it? I know somebody else gave this to me, but you can have it if you really want it. Cries harder.
Anyway, so assuming you don't Wander doesn't actually burst into tears.
No.
So you've got the cloak. It will require attunement, so you're not getting the benefit of it just yet. You'll have to kind of get used to letting the magic field kind of settle on you and flow around you as you move. But you have it in your possession for now. Is anybody else doing anything?
Does the dagger need to be attuned to as well?
No, the dagger is good to go.
Dagger's just fucking amazing.
Yeah, so don't go hitting anyone with the hilt.
Nah, then it does force damage instead of psychic.
Okay, so you've all gathered up your stuff. Now you have the volume that Orembi gave you. Uther, you have the black leather-bound volume that you took. Is anyone else going to do anything here?
I'm good.
To the surface!
He would just ask, is there really no way to bring that thing with us?
It says no.
I cannot be removed.
What happens if you go outside?
I cannot accept an execution of duty.
I feel like it's gonna fucking break.
Hey, Naira, is there any?
The
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, is there any information you would want from it? Maybe, I assume it was probably what was writing things in here. It could maybe write some stuff down for you.
Oh, now there's a good point. Actually, I would probably have to send this cloak, the one that she's wearing, back to Sorveni with the rest of it, in order to allow them to come question and do their own research, because this is the only cloak that we found like it. So,
No, they'll be fine.
no, I will definitely need to send it. They would be so mad at me if I didn't.
I'm sure they have plenty of magical folk who can ward off that shit. Let's look at it this way. Your survival as a scouting party and basically an archaeologist, I think I said that right, is much more important to them for finding shit such as this than them getting here instead of finding a workaround.
That's the thing. I genuinely don't think that's true. I would prefer it, but I know that there have been people who have been excluded for less.
Excluded?
Removed from the Bard's College. It's
If they
considered.
removed you from Arts College for doing exactly what they told you to do, then
Well, yeah,
that's
but,
not a really good, honest opinion, is it?
well, part of what they have told me to do is send back any artifacts or anything important that would help them to catalog and prove my thesis. And if they need, they would consider the thing that allows you to move through the manor undisturbed. They would probably consider that important. If they thought I was keeping it for personal reasons, I could get in a lot of trouble.
Well, since you would have to send that cloak back and he'll take the Cloak of Elvenkind off, and do you want to take this one?
Well, I think we should probably get out of here first before I take this off, but if you really don't want it.
Well, I mean, you have a cloak and you're going to have to give it up. This way you can still have a cloak.
Okay.
And he'll hand over the cloak.
Okay. So that is now in Naira's possession.
Lorium just sighs deeply.
Oh, did you want this dagger, Lorium?
Fuck no.
I suppose it's up time.
Yeah, I guess if
I think
nobody else
we
has
guys
anything,
do
do we leave? I guess.
Okay.
I'm in good.
Wait,
Oh,
Uther. As
Oh.
you move toward the door, your intent to leave the room becoming obvious. Orembe suddenly straightens and flares slightly, growing his somewhat incorporeal shifting presence glowing brighter for a moment. Goes, records may not be removed.
He has permission to remove that record. Although I think
Records may not be removed.
Um,
Yeah, you broke him.
Is he a physical form?
Um, he seems to be, yes. Like there is like you can feel kind of the air moving around him as he shifts forward. It is somewhat ethereal, and like it's very obviously made up of energy rather than like a physical form. But there is obviously some kind of physical presence there. But it kind of wafts itself forward quite quickly and is standing next to Uther.
I would reach in, studying the figure, raising an eyebrow and turning to Naira and say, he might be a problem for other people, but if they get a whole expedition to come through.
uh,
And then I would turn towards the creature, drawing out the book, going to hand it to him. And see if he takes it.
They take it from your hands, turn, move back to the bookcase, and slide it back into the spot that you pulled it from.
Oh, interesting.
what was that?
The coolest looking book in here.
She's gonna go back and investigate it.
You pull it out and open it, and though the cover is bears no title, on the inside you do like immediately on the inside cover you see a flowing calligraphy signature that reads Imperator Nascend Thorin, which is the first of the names on the brass plaque on the door. And it's written in an older dialect, but still comprehensible to you, of High Imperial.
No,
and
it was in
actually
Draconic, wasn't it?
High Imperial uses Draconic runes, but is not itself a Draconic language.
Okay.
It's kind of a bastardization of Common with Draconic, but utilizing the Draconic script. But anyway, and it actually appears to be just from your initial kind of brief flipping through it, it appears to be almost like a kind of journal, but very heavily focused on philosophy, as if it was this Imperator's efforts to record his personal justifications for actions taken and things like that. It talks a great deal of duty and of the consequences of an action determining its morality rather than the action itself, of the ability for evil deeds to have good outcomes and how those outcomes wipe away the evil of the deed itself.
And I'm gonna look at that thing and I'm gonna say, what would happen if I tried to remove this from the room?
Function. Stop you.
But if we got it out of the room, would you be able to follow us?
Function. Stop you.
Just throw it out of the room and see what happens. Roll the dice.
Well, actually, I'm looking kind of meaningfully at Lorian.
I mean, if you give the book to Lorian.
You could Misty Step, right? But like, oh, in fact, she'll send you a message. The message will just say, "You think you could Misty Step into the hall?" with this?
And, gets a free response, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would just say, I mean, sure, but then I can't go through unless you're there.
I'll go into the hall first.
If that's really what... he'll just... He doesn't... he probably doesn't know this, because you guys don't message him a lot, but he'll just say out loud after that.
Oh, Lord.
If that's what you want.
Real
It doesn't
quick,
respond. Sorry, one more?
I was just gonna say, when Naru was having her detect magic, did this creature in front of her, like, I guess to put it bluntly, could she tell if this was like just a magical summon or if this was actually a living creature?
This is with your Arcana check, Mara. Yeah, you would have learned this is essentially a summoned entity. It's not precisely a creature. It's more kind of almost like your invisible servant, in that it is a arcane construct that is kind of ethereal in form.
He's already got a red outline that pretty much tells me all I need to know. Murder Herbo Squad, go. No, I'm kidding.
And then Nara will say one more time to this thing, under any circumstances, can you leave this room?
To pursue function.
It won't work, you guys.
I mean, it will work.
Then Nara...
How far you want to go with it?
If it's determined to pursue function, I don't think there is a limit on how it's going to do that. So I don't think it's going to work. I think we'd be haunted.
Question, just for my sake. No, I think I answered my own question, but how deep is this floor from the first floor?
You probably only went down about maybe 15 to 20 feet. So between like the ceiling of this and the floor above, there'd probably be maybe 10 feet of dirt.
You want to just break the floor and rappel down, take the book, say see ya, nerd, and leave?
Well, I was just wondering. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Could you climb up on a table or something and then jump and Misty step 30 feet to the first floor?
I can see it.
Oh shit, you have to see it, don't you?
Yeah, that's why familiars are bad fucking ass, because if I had a familiar, I could do that.
Because I was like, if we leave you in here and close the door, and then you can teleport through the ground, can it get out?
Hear me out, alright? We have a scroll of scrying. We hand it to Lorian, we throw him in the air, he uses the scrying spell on one of us, and then he Misty steps right next to us.
That is technically something you could do.
I'm just saying, I feel like that thing is going to be magically drawn to the records. And while you guys are all discussing this, Naira has pulled out her own scrolls in her calligraphy set. And has just started transcribing the proof from the of who this belongs to, and like she has indicated that this is a copy, but she wants to copy down the deed essentially.
Okay, yeah. So the volume that it handed you was actually it was like an actual book, not simply like a scroll or something. But yes, you are the cover does very clearly display this is the Fief of Morwen by imperial decree. And within, as you kind of open it and look through, it is indeed a full history. A lot of it's actually kind of the essentially legalese about the creation of the Fief by this emperor's decree.
Let me be very clear, just so you know, what I am looking for is the thing that proves that this belongs to Murdoch. That's really all I care about.
Yes, you're very, very quickly able to isolate the necessary passages, and it will take you a little while to copy down all the information, probably an hour or so, to get all of the kind of different sections that you would want to be very, very confident in being able to prove the authenticity of this. But yes, you can absolutely do that if you want to take the time.
Yeah, so that's she would say this is going to take me a little while. If you guys are bored, feel free to go. Although, Lorium, I will need you for a second.
All right. He was about to leave.
I was gonna say, is she giving us the other cloak? Because otherwise we can't leave.
Oh, right. Well,
you can.
Yeah, okay, so I will walk out into the hall and let them all leave.
Okay. I assume you put down your book first?
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, you are able to stand post in the hall, and anybody who wishes to can kind of shuffle past her and leave without worrying about getting blasted with arcane power.
It's you, Uther.
Yeah.
Devil. And he goes,
Oh, he's stuck. There we go.
Door stuck.
Door stuck! Doing
Is
anything
Lauren
special?
downstairs?
Lorium is staying because she asked him to stay.
Oh, no, Lorium, you'll definitely want to be able to leave, I assume, but I can just let you know.
Wait, so did you ask him that you said you needed him for something and then...
Yeah, I will need you for something, but I can tell you what it is as you're leaving.
Oh! Because he
Taking
didn't
your
understand
ass
that. He thinks he's waiting here, so he's just waiting for you to come back.
And once she twigs that you're waiting, she'll be like, "Oh, Lorium, you can come."
There you go. Think. Alright, what you need?
Would you mind making sure that the furnace is quite hot?
I'll just squint, but sure. Bing.
Okay. Wander, what are you doing?
I'm staying there, just looking at this entity, thinking things to myself, examining, looking.
Okay.
Are you gonna go, Uther, or are you gonna stay?
Think go.
Then I will see you in about an hour.
All right. I'm gonna go work with Falco.
You're gonna work with Falco. Holy shit!
27 bludgeoning damage later.
Uther is dead.
But okay, so everybody who wants to leave can leave. Nara, you are left with Wander kind of just staring at Orembi, who is simply very impassively staring back at you, Wander,
I assume Uther's
without
not.
any sign.
I said I assume Uther's not just standing in the corner like that.
No, he's gone. Take me, Sky.
Damn it, he failed his stealth.
Staying around the corner. Can't see me if I stand still.
Okay, so yeah, Nara, you settle in, take out your hit and begin to transcribe. You kind of take a tracing and rubbing of the cover and are able to isolate the necessary passages to essentially verify ownership and the correct history of this place. As you're transcribing it, you appropriately annotate it with the source and origin and the like for inclusion in your thesis. And yeah, as I said, it will take you about an hour. During that time, Wander, is there anything you want to do, or are you simply just staring dead-eyed into
The legendary never-ending staring contest. There is something you'd like to do. As she starts taking down notes and Wander continues to keep looking at this entity, he'll just say, why did you want the chair?
Why do you want them? Oh.
Nothing. Naira's whiskers will twitch. She is gonna say, "Oh, I was joking."
This is a Christian D&D chat.
He'll just say after you say that, did Uther want it too?
Again, her whiskers will twitch. And she will say, well, I will answer your question if you answer mine.
Oh, okay. Still kind of staring at it. Is it Orby? Orby? What's its name?
Orembi.
Orembi.
His name's Orby. He's just dropped some water on him.
Which, Naira, you actually recognize as the High Imperial word for shadow.
Oh my god, the Chamber of Shadow.
It's a Chamber of Secrets.
There's a snake in here. There's a snake in my chamber.
And Naira will say, why did you run away from me earlier when I called out to you?
His shoulders kind of droop a bit again. And he says, I thought you'd be mad.
You've got a higher enough perception. Her shoulders slump, and she just carries on with her work. And after a minute, she will just say, Uther didn't tell me one way or the other if he wanted it.
And then he'll just say, do you still want it?
No, thank you. Why did you break down the door?
He stops looking at Orembi and looks towards you. And he says, I wanted to look at the shrine again.
But that doesn't explain why you broke down the door. I have a key.
He kind of He looks down, and his head, sways just a little bit as if he's trying to word his following sentences carefully. And he says, I was rash and concerned.
And what?
Concerned.
Oh.
And then he says, I was not sure what I was going to do and thought you might disapprove.
And her shoulders slump more. And she nods. And then she just carries on with her work for a little while. She opens her mouth a couple of times like she wants to say something and then changes her mind. But eventually she quietly says, I'm very sorry, Wander. I will try harder to earn your trust. And then she just very deliberately sort of focuses on what she's doing.
I'd say it'd be quiet for maybe 10 or 15 minutes at that point, unless you say something in that time.
Mm-mm.
Then he'll just say, is Murdoch smart?
Yes, I think he's very smart. I mean, you don't get to be as powerful and politically connected as a man like he is without being smart. Why do you ask?
And I meet him.
Oh, I hope so. And she does light up at that. I hope to introduce all of you, to him at some point. I know he is quite a busy man, but I have asked if he would be willing to receive you. I've just got to find out if he is. Though I should say, when we get into more populated areas, we may want to consider. Well, you see, you're very unique, Wander, and I would be concerned about people taking too much interest in you. So we may want to figure out a good way to let you move about freely without anyone feeling like they are entitled to you.
And he kind of, after you say that, immediately after you say it, there's this kind of sudden shift in his posture, and he's standing very upright, with his chest, for lack of a better term, puffed out, because I'm not trying to evoke childish imagery, but he's standing very proudly, and he says, no one is entitled to me.
No, they are not. I agree. And we would, all of us would very much ensure that was true. But if we had a good explanation, no one would even try. I think I might be able to help with that, by the way. If you wouldn't mind engaging in a little deception.
He goes from that stock, straight posture to back to his slumped-shouldered self, and he says, "I'm bad at lying."
Well, that's what I can help with. I could. I can create a thing that will tell everybody that you already belong to someone. It won't be true, obviously. No one is entitled to you and you are free, but it would convince everybody else and stop them from even trying to take you. If you want.
He's quiet for just a few moments, and then he starts to nod and says, "If it will let me keep searching, then it is good."
Okay. Well, I will put that together for you then. I'm glad to help.
Thank you. He goes back to looking at the movie.
And then I assume I just finish up what I'm doing. And we can see what everybody is doing upstairs for that hour.
Absolutely. So, Lauren, you are able to, are you just getting straight to work with the furnace?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
Nix, Uther, are you guys doing anything? Uther, you said you were wandering upstairs to spend some time with Valko. Is that the case?
Yes. I'm going to, in fact, get through to him, I hope. As I'm going to make my way outside and seeing the horses, Poncho and Falco. I'll stare at him for a moment. And then I'll...
Huh.
What?
Eloquence bard.
Goddamn. Okay.
Okay. What is the name of that ability? I just want to check a few things.
I'll
just look up Eloquence Bard.
Yeah, I think it's universal speech.
By the way, as long as you're speaking common, Sunshine can just understand you. And you already know that.
Apparently my keyboard has chosen this moment to die, so
What's gonna happen is Naira's gonna come back with like a little speaker that she puts on Wander, and anytime someone gets near him, it's going to be, "My name is Shepard, and this is my favorite automaton on the Citadel."
No, I am not an endorsement. God damn it!
I'm gonna
She's
see if
actually just going to
I
put
did
him
this
in
right.
silence and wander so that no one can hear him.
See, it actually does really good fucking damage. Excuse me? Oh.
Excuse me.
I thought it was a damage roll for a second. I was like, wait a second.
You're like, whoa, hey, whoa.
You put that away before you hurt yourself.
Damn, Lorian really be resistant to 3 types of damage, huh?
Yes.
I'm gemless.
Okay.
Resistant to conditions as well. Huh?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Wunderbar. Okay, so I had to use the USB port that was powering the camera to swap out my keyboard, but we're back in business. So 1 second. Eloquence Bard. Here we go. Universal speech. There it is. Okay, cool. Bam.
That actually has crazy good like diplomacy uses, and he uses it on animals. That it fits. Fucking so.
But my favorite part is that they can understand you, but it doesn't say anything about you understanding them back.
Yeah, that's what's fun about it.
They're just talking shit the whole time.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Based on that reading, they are limited by their intelligence, so they may not fully understand your intent, depending on how complex your speech is. But go for it. Yeah, you feel the connection form as you kind of reach out with your abilities.
And I would just turn to him and go, "All right, buddy, I need you to focus. These horses, friends. I know you've got that down. You haven't killed them. I appreciate it." As I'm going to stare at him and see how much he's like keeping up.
He actually seems, at first, like very shocked at the fact that he very clearly understands you. And like he immediately starts paying very rapt attention to you. It's hard to gauge exactly how much it's getting, but like when you speak, it does kind of look over at the horses and then back at you. He's very clearly paying close attention.
Yes, they're a part of your pack, the flat teeth ones. See, we have little pointy ones as well, so we're in the middle. That's how we make sure everyone gets along. As I would then look, all right, we're going to work on some basics. So, in the morning when you're scratching at the door, if the door has a handle, the little thing on it that looks like this, you can just reach up and paw that open, make your way out, and come back in, okay? As I'm going to start all of the basic tricks and how they're said with him. And hopefully he learns as I'm going to give him a bardic inspiration.
Okay.
I have the perfect thing to tell him too. Falco, I believe in you, not because you're infallible, but because you never give up.
You know that Naira has already done a pretty extensive amount of training with him in the a couple of weeks since he came into your company, I suppose. And when you are going through tricks that he is already familiar with from Naira, he's very enthusiastic. Like he's quite proud of just like, yes, I know how to do this one. And you are able to kind of guide like any of the basic tricks like stay, guard, things like that he already knows. He's very happy to perform. Are there any, like what specifically kind of are you trying to teach him?
Attack. I want to teach disarm, and I would that, and I would like to teach drag.
Okay. Yes. Well, actually, let me see. Because you're trying to actually like basically talk him through it rather than make an animal handling check. I'm going to have him roll an intelligence check, and we'll see how that goes.
Natural 20.
+1.
I summon you.
9.
That's actually not bad for a.
That's not bad for him.
No, he seems to like understand that, you know, the concept of like biting the arm that is holding the big metal claw. But the concept of actually like getting rid of the claw in some way doesn't quite seem to catch with him. He just sort of grabs onto the arm, and it's more of like a grapple than a disarm.
And then
But dragging, he seems to get the idea of. But that's something that seems to come fairly naturally to him.
and I would do that like, okay, now grab by here on my cloak and you can pull me away if someone gets injured. It goes lots of wounds. And hopefully he gets it across as that would be my hour.
Okay. Yeah, you do get the impression that he understands the concept of like dragging and things like that, and the command. But yeah, like I said, for disarm, he kind of just understands bite arm with metal claw.
Good. That's a perfect start. I'm very pleased. Well done, Falco.
Yeah, and he's he seems quite enthused by the fact that he can very clearly understand you. He's he's still obviously trying to puzzle things out and aware of the fact that he's not fully grasping your meaning sometimes, which seems to frustrate him. But yeah, it's apparently a very novel experience that he quite enjoys, being actually like talked to in his, as far as he's concerned, native tongue.
He's now good. He's got 11 commands that he knows, and one that's a work in progress.
Gonna have to bump up that intelligence score at some point.
That's a smart dog.
And this is a yoga position. You should relax as everyone comes outside.
He's in downward dog. Nix, what are you up to for the hour?
I am staying down with Laurium.
Okay. Yeah, so, Lauren, takes you a few minutes to get them, because these were completely dead. So it does take you a little while to get them going again. You know, you've got to work the bellows, shovel the coal in, and actually get the thing lit and started and then up to temperature and everything. But after a good 20 minutes or so, you've got a good blast of heat coming out of there. And you think it's it's burning nicely. And yeah, definitely by the end of the hour, it'll be about as hot as it's ever going to get.
Yeah,
if you feeding it coal and the like.
Yeah, he would have been feeding it coal using thaumaturgy to help reignite the flames, and then pumping the bellows.
Okay.
And just to Nix, he'll just randomly say, "Yeah, purple flame." He did change the color, but he'll just say, "That is cool though." She's so much more fucking brainwashed than I thought.
I don't know, actually. What if I'm wrong about what I thought about Lord Murdoch? I mean, you heard her stories. He actually seems like a decent man, and to be honest, I don't know him that well. I've just made some assumptions.
Everything's perspective. One of his followers did what he did to you.
But he may not be aware of what Bartrand did.
Pretty sure he's aware.
This is going to be so fun to ask you. Will you roll a perception check?
Mm-hmm. My best roll. I'm barely better than Valko at things.
When he said the name Bartrand, he had a moment where he just, like, his expression changed a little bit, but nothing you noticed. really.
Hmm.
But I don't know. Maybe I just need to think about it some more.
Maybe he's just really good at manipulation. There's a fun little saying of perception is reality until it's proven otherwise.
Yeah, there's just one little thing that that just keeps bothering me in the back of my mind. You know, when I got told that I had to come on this mission, I mean, I would have come because Naira asked me, but you know, they told me that I had other things to do. They knew about what this place could possibly hold. I mean, the shards in particular. Or at least the material.
They made that. No.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's asking if they made that known. As in, what gave you the assumption that they knew that was here?
Yeah, he trusts you. Because I was told to find something made of that material and bring it back.
I'll see if they know what it is. They're asking to bring it back, then they want to use it. Or at least that's the perception. Because otherwise they tell you how to destroy it and have you deal with it instead of touching it.
Yeah. And I mean, I probably would have brought it to him too until I figured out what it did. They cannot get their hands on that.
Seems that your sister's pretty intent on bringing them some. And if they do, you and her are no longer allowed to accept gifts. Yeah, it uses heavy emphasis on the word gifts.
Lauren, can you roll me a... In fact, out of curiosity, where are you getting the information that Naira seems keen on bringing some back?
Because she's keeping some, isn't she?
She's been gathering the shards, yes, but the last time you saw her gather them up, she threw them down a mine that she and Uther then blew up.
Oh, you're right. I don't know about that.
Also, I was going to point out that you were down here when she figured out that it could be melted, and she just told you to fire it up.
Right. Yep. So let's retcon that. I totally forgot. This is why usually when something doesn't involve me, I usually zone out. Just to keep myself from having any information in the back of my head.
No, it's been helpful that she wants to get rid of it. It actually made me feel better. I was actually worried for a while that she might bring them some. And that's why I don't think that she's brainwashed. If she was brainwashed, I mean, she would want to give it over right away. But she recognized what this was. And she wants to destroy it.
The brainwashing part was more of giving anything of use to them. It's more a difference in morals, I guess. Like, imagine if every soldier, instead of keeping a couple of the items that are make them better at what they do, just gave them to the fucking higher-ups and immediately just they get doled out to their own fucking personal uses. You'd have a lot less successful missions. And a lot more peon deaths, as some people call them.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but would we not be causing the same if they send out some expedition and then all of a sudden people start getting killed because they didn't have the cloak? Aren't we causing peon deaths?
Considering what you told me about them folk, I honestly don't give a shit.
Well, I think maybe I should be clear. Like, there's the people that I work for, and then Naira's doing stuff for her school.
But aren't they all run by the same guy? Or at least influence?
Would you like me to clarify what I think you probably know?
Me or him?
You, Nix.
I mean, I think I know what I know.
Okie doke, never mind.
I was just trying to... Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out how to
Phrase
put
it.
the words. Yeah.
No.
I love grilling people about their backstory. It's fun.
No, I mean, yeah, I know that Lord Murdoch went to Sorvini, and I know he got her into it. And they've threatened her ability to continue going there, but I don't necessarily know how far.
Next, just a point of clarification. You don't know if anything about Murdoch's like youth or whether or not he actually spent time at Sorvini as a student. You do know that he is a patron in his capacity as a noble, but you're not sure if he was ever like attended.
I'm sorry, I thought Naira said earlier that he went when she was talking about Sorvini.
No, he does have connections there, and he has visited in the past, and like is known as a patron of it. But you don't know that he's ever attended or anything like that.
He is a patron, but I don't know if he's attended.
Well, how shit usually works is the higher up the tree you go, you find all the branches are connected.
Yeah. But before I chop down the tree, I'd like to know if I'm barking up the right one, so to speak.
I just shrug. That's a good way to think about it. I'm more in line with just assuming the worst about people. Get me alive so far.
Yeah, maybe I just need more information.
Do you have a direct line of communication with them? You seem to like messaging your sister a lot.
No, actually, they don't have, he's never spoken to me like that. Most of my communication was Bartrand. And then, Nyx will, after he says his name, Nyx will actually, like, get a concerned look on his face and, like, look around him.
What, do you feel like he's just gonna fucking see you from calling his name? It's like the boogeyman.
No, I'm just so fucking stupid. When I give my reports, they scry on me.
When's the last time you gave a report?
Back in Aldwell.
Does that shit get a time limit?
Well, usually they let me know before they do it, but if they're as bad as we think they are, I don't think they'll ask permission all the time. You know, I should probably not be here when y'all do this, just so they don't actually see. And he'll go to start heading down the hallway.
Lauren would just say after you, whatever you do, just be careful. As he continues working the furnace.
He'll just look over his shoulder and just say, "Okay, Dad."
Shut the fuck up. He physically grabs a fucking hot coal and throws it at you.
And what's the
Okay.
scrying save? Is out of curiosity.
It would be a wisdom save, and some of them may have been rolled in secret. Some of them may have yet to be rolled.
Well, just remember, if they're ever within 10 feet of me now, they will have advantage. Or +3.
Understood. So, following your conversation with Nyx, you spend a little while longer working the forge, making sure or the smelter, making sure it's up to temperature and everything. Naira, round about this time, you feel like you've gotten all of the necessary material in order to, validate the authenticity of the find. You feel like, you're pretty much you've gotten the material that you need from the volume.
She will hand it back to the
Orembi.
yeah, Harambe. Harambe.
Harambe?
No,
Good lord, no.
this is so sad.
They take the volume from you, float back over to the bookcase, and place it again in the spot that they had initially retrieved it from. Float back and then float back to you, and just stand there impassively, or float there impassively.
Then Naira will sort of very with deliberate steps, ready to pause at any moment. She's going to start with her copies, start walking toward the door.
They watch you impassively.
Cool. Wander, do you have anything else you'd like to do in here? I have to escort you up the hall.
He just starts following you. So, no.
And as you step outside, the
Oh.
door begins to slide shut behind you. The sound of stone grinding against stone. It closes fairly quickly before, with a dull kind of thud, it is once more in place, the sigil of House Thorlane centered in the doorway, and you watch as the dais raises slightly from its sunken position. The 4 torches flare, and the room apparently returns to its previous state.
Okay, then she would have Wander walk in front of her.
And yeah, you are able to escort him. You guys can just move yourselves down. I'm not going to worry too much about precise positioning or anything. But you are able to escort him back into the main room, which is awash with heat and flickering light, as Laurium stokes the furnace.
Okay, that purple light is really fucking cool.
I know, right? That's what I was saying.
Wander, did you still need anything in that room, by the way?
No.
Okay. And then she will pull the chest or the little lead-lined box out of her backpack, because I believe there are 3 more shards in that.
A few more than that, actually. You collected several from the hobgoblins and ogres.
Okay.
On the front, so you've actually got over a dozen at this point.
Ooh, really? Wow. So yeah, I've got my lead-lined box, and I take the bag or the pouch off my belt.
Okay.
I say I don't know how quick the reaction will be or how big the reaction will be with this many stones, so I recommend getting out of here.
Nah, just throw them all in. It'll be fine. Took them a while last time. It's like we all go upstairs. I'll come back down in like 5-10 minutes.
You know what? Okay, that's up to you. And she will.
And before the gas makes him pass out when he comes back down here.
She will toss everything in, and then come over here, and she's gonna wait to cast Detect Magic, but I don't mind fast forwarding through that.
Okay, well,
check you would.
Okay,
Wander.
so Wander and Lorium, you guys both follow her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting out of the immediate vicinity.
As you are walking down, the level or the amount of material that you threw in apparently does make a difference, because you have barely reached the end of the corridor when there does start to come hissing and crackling, like when you throw a wet log onto a fire and you hear like it starts to give those loud pops and snaps. You hear that starting to come through, and there's flares of light going brighter and then dimming in the room behind you. Nothing like the escaping power that you saw before, but certainly a more violent reaction than you initially got last time.
And then it's like, oh, that was impressive. But she will again start ritually casting Detect Magic. She wants to make sure that it's all gone from the fire.
Okay, that takes 10 minutes to cast, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Wander and Lorium, are you guys standing there?
Oh boy.
Yes.
I'm standing directly behind Lorium, wherever that
attempting to like poke him on the shoulder and make him go back.
Well, so in the first minute, as Naira begins to cast her thing, and you get this violent reaction from the furnace, what do you like? Do you guys just stand there for that minute and stare back?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So about a minute passes, and as it does, as Naira begins her familiar ritual of scribing the magical sigil necessary to focus the power, the violence of the reaction, the snaps and pops that you can hear, are growing louder and more frequent. They start to crescendo past 1 minute. Another few moments pass, getting louder,
more violent.
more violent.
Then I'll start shooing Wander back behind Naira.
Wander, do you move? I need a fast response.
Yeah, I'll try to start pulling Lorium with me.
Oh yeah, Lorium. How does Naira do her ritual cast? Is it just like with a book or something?
No, this is one she has memorized.
Okay, in that case,
yeah, she scries it out.
if he
But
If he thinks you're in the zone, he's just going to fucking pick you up and move you back with him.
Yeah, she would. She would let you do that.
Okay.
But she would probably be like, "Oh, what's going on?"
It's getting a lot louder.
God, I hope we collapse this tunnel. Oh,
That'd be amazing.
You move to about there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I put her on the other side of me.
Okay. So, Naira, you continue your casting, and all three of you kind of glancing up as the noise grows around this corner. And about 2 minutes into your cast, the noise continues to crescendo, and then there is suddenly this loud bang, the sound like a blacksmith's hammer hitting his anvil with tremendous force. This metallic crash that reverberates along the tunnel. And you all see, as the, familiar to Naira at least, boiling black inky smoke flows along the tunnel, blossoming into the area that Wander and Lorium had been standing. Blowing slightly around the corner, but not continuing down this second passage toward you. Dense and thick in a way that the previous batch was not. It's almost impossible to see through for a good few moments. Gradually begins to fade as the noise of the furnace behind it gradually fades. The pops that had been growing in frequency and volume starting to lower and fade. And after about 30 seconds, the last of the black residue in the air has faded.
With that significantly more black residue and anything, out of curiosity, with that Arcana check, do I have any idea of the kind of effect it would have if we had been in the blast radius?
Given the circumstances that produced it, it's impossible to tell for certain what the effect would be, but you are fairly certain that it would have highly negative mental consequences if inhaled or interacted.
so I would have been fine. Oh, okay, there it is.
Are you saying that my 11 intelligence could have gone down to an 8 for free?
You'll never know.
It's not magic, it's just whippets.
Oh, honestly, Naira is so very grateful. She actually probably throws her arms around you and gives you a hug. I had no idea what that stuff could do. Thank you so much for moving me. I was not paying attention. I was not being smart. Thank you.
Pat you on the shoulder like twice and say, yep, you're fine. Don't mention it.
God, we'll never know the full consequences. Can't we just go back in time and go into the smoke just a little bit?
I do this, yeah! No, I'm kidding.
But I think you can put me down now. I need to finish casting.
Oh no, he did.
Oh,
He
okay.
put you on the ground behind him.
Okay.
I was standing there expecting kind of like a burst of flame or some shit to come around that corner.
Oh.
So he was readying himself to take the brunt of it.
So yeah, she will finish her ritual cast.
Okay. You cast it. You feel the familiar awareness of magic surrounding you. And notable by its absence is the aura of the black metal that you have become so familiar with over the last few weeks.
I don't think I'm close enough. I think I've got to be within 30 feet. Has the smoke disappeared?
Yes, the smoke took about a minute or so to fully dissipate. It was mostly gone in the first 30 seconds, but by now it's certain there's no sign of it. And as you move forward with your awareness, you don't feel like you feel again that sense of magic was here, but is no longer active.
Okay, I think that's it. I think
And sorry.
I think all the shards are either buried under a mountain or destroyed. And she looks at you just because, like, you guys are here, and she just absolute, like, almost giddy relief. Okay. That's good.
Good, that means no one can use them.
Exactly. I think it would probably be best if we just don't talk about them.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
No, but it's if I should probably explain this to everybody, but it's really important that nobody knows that I found that, because that is the kind of thing that I would be expected to document, and they would obviously expect a sample, as I have made clear. So if anybody at Sorveni finds out that I have destroyed historical evidence like that, I will definitely be excluded, and I do not want that. So if I could have your word that we won't ever disclose that, I would really appreciate it.
I mean, I'm not going to tell nobody.
Thank you so much. Wander? I don't know if you heard that. She will. Like, this is important to her. You guys can tell, just, she has never done anything like that before. She does not like feeling like she's deceiving people, but she does feel like she has done the right thing.
Tyler?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Was it not being picked up?
She was asking you.
Oh, I said things. Sad. Yeah, Wander basically just says he won't tell you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I think we can go upstairs unless anybody else has anything to do.
I collapsed the tunnel.
Sky Daddy, take me away! Yeah, he's booming blade on the fucking wall.
I use shatter, a spell that I don't have.
I mean, if you're trying to kind of assess how easy it would be to bring this place down, the answer is not very. This was like, even after like decades of neglect, this was very solidly built. You would need to spend some time like actually removing stones from the walls and weakening the structure in order to easily collapse this area.
No, Lorium remembers how hard it was to loosen one fucking stone.
I mean, it wouldn't be as hard, like, each stone wouldn't be as hard as that, given that that area was being magically preserved. And this specific tunnel is not. But yeah, it would be a job.
It's like, see these big clubs? Yeah, I pick one of those up. And then I use Thunderous Smite with that.
I mean, if you want to, like, you could.
Kidding.
You guys
No.
Okay.
No. Tunnel stays.
When Naira
Static.
gets out here, she will explain to both Uther and Nyx what she explained to Lorium, that she has broken some pretty significant rules destroying those shards, and that it would be really for the best if no one talked about them again from this point forward. Like, please, I will get in so much trouble.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
She's talking about the shards.
Oh no, wander.
Everyone jumped on.
And then actually, Naira will turn to Nyx and say, actually, I have another favor to ask. I don't know how often you talk to Lord Murdoch. But have you told him anything of Calcifer?
I don't have any communication with Lord Murdoch.
Oh, okay, good. I'm not sure if you talked to anybody in his estate.
Oh, well, I just talked to Bartrand. He keeps in touch a lot.
Yeah, she is gonna go, oh, how is he?
He's doing great. I actually got to talk to him a little bit before I came to meet you out on this mission, and he wished us well.
Oh, great. Out of curiosity, have you mentioned Calcifer to him?
Well, we haven't. I mean, I hadn't met Calcifer at that point. I don't think.
Well, did you say you talked to him before we started the journey? I thought you, for some reason I was hearing before we left Aldwell.
No, he said that before he left Vanya to come join you, he talked to...
Okay, sorry, yeah, misheard. And she looks extremely relieved, and she goes, okay, well, I may have mentioned Calcifer in my correspondence with Lord Murdoch. If it comes up at all, if you could just say that he
died.
Yeah, I would very much appreciate it.
Yeah, I doubt it'll come up, but if it does, we'll let that, we'll let that stay between us. Which, speaking of which, and he looks over towards Wander, what do we do about him?
Oh, I have an idea about that. I think I can create passable, basically a deed of ownership. I was thinking Uther could potentially pass as his owner.
Can I get a perception check from everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Is that from everyone?
Yeah.
I'm looking at my horse.
That's a good sunshine. Oh hell yeah! Check the back. You know
He
what?
gets
Everyone
advantage.
notices it's crazy.
They're just talking to each other.
Yeah,
In
your
fact,
horse just says out loud. It's a good for real.
You just see them nodding at each other. Lorm's just like, soon.
So yeah, everyone but Gloria, and you know what? There you go, Valka. That you get this check. Every time Naira mentions ownership or controlling Wander, there's this very slight and sudden kind of tick where Wander kind of seizes up for a second and then just goes back to normal.
Then Naira, when she sees that, would again go out of her way to reassure you. Remember, again, these would be fake. They do not actually make you owned by anybody. It's just protection for you.
Yes. Right.
I feel like I've
That's it.
disappointed my kid.
We're not going to Disneyland. We're going to the dentist.
Yeah, imagine me earlier. I felt like, a parent who just got told that they were not loved by their child. I was like, ouch.
Not love, just not trusted.
I
I can
suppose.
still love you.
Yeah.
So much better.
This is like the time that I flinched in the grocery store and Andrew almost got mobbed.
What?
We were in a grocery store once and Andrew raised his arm to get something that was and we were waiting in the line, and Andrew raised his arm to get something that was near my head, and I immediately flinched like I was about to get smacked, and everybody around us just stared at this situation and looked at Andrew like they were like, "We are about to take you out back, sir."
Well, you know what? Good on them for thinking that.
And then Andrew goes, "Why?" And I just started laughing. Like, I full on belly laughing, throw my head back. It was really funny. And when I did that, everybody calmed down. But I had good reason. Andrew had a history of elbowing me in the fucking face with the tube.
By accident, though. You both
Okay.
rolled 20 on deception check.
Look, when you started that sentence of Andrew had a history, I was like, where is this going?
No, yeah, we used to travel on the tube in London together, and at least 3 or 4 times, where she was sitting next to me, I'd reach up for a handhold or something like that to get up, and just clocked her in the side of the head.
Clocked me in the fucking face. I got a fat lip once. Like, people who were not paying attention would have thought he actually hit me.
Anyway,
Wander's upset.
Wander is sad.
moving on from the subject of spousal abuse and beatings and the like.
Let's talk about owning people.
Meetings will continue until morale improves.
Yes.
We're going to move on to contracts of ownership for sentient beings.
Great.
Yes.
Naya will spend
there's
this time,
Julie.
by the way, packing up all the stuff that she thought was important enough to send to Sorveni, and you will all notice that she goes to remove her cloak several times and doesn't do it, doesn't pack it into the stuff, and eventually she just sort of shakes her head and packs everything else away. But she is still wearing the cloak.
Hmm.
Okay. And so are you just kind of keeping the Cloak of Elvenkind in your pack?
Actually, no. Yeah, she will approach Nyx with it. And she'll say, "Listen, I've got to return to Sorveni to officially sort of hand all this stuff over. And, Lorian made a good point. It is useful. I might as well I might as well keep this until we get there. Of course, I will turn it in. But there's no reason to, pack it away in a crate. So, if you wanted, this would probably be better suited for you."
Make an insight check.
Still fails against Nyx.
Sorry, I did not mean to do that on mic. A 10. I'll give you this one. Nyx is playing it cool, but just below that, he's super excited to get this cloak back. And then he's looking at the cloak and he looks back up at you and goes, "Hey, Nara, are there ways of like this cloak is really cool, like what it can do, what you said it could do, but like I really love this cloak that I guess one of y'all gave me. Do you know of any way to like, is there a way to take a magical effect off something and put it on something else?
I mean, Sky Daddy? I would assume no, but...
Naira, give me an Arcana check.
and by the way, I was wondering if I noticed that change from Naira to Dreamer. I assume with a 19 that I do.
Oh, I would have given you that for free.
24.
Oh, wow. Yes, it is difficult, but a skilled enough arcanist, like somebody who would be able to create this kind of enchantment from scratch, would be able to basically utilize the enchantments that were woven into one item and transfer them to another similar item. It would not be without expense because you'd have to pay for time and effort and things like that. But because the enchantments and the materials are pre-existing, it is something that is known to be done and can be performed by suitable workshops and arcanists.
And so Naira will say, "Oh yes, I'm sure that somebody at Sorveni could easily do that. I don't have the skill myself, but I guarantee that there is somebody there who can."
I think he just sighs and just goes, "Magic is so cool."
I know. How far away is Wander?
Where he is.
Right over your shoulder.
Yeah, metallic breathing. What does that sound like?
Darth Vader?
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like
It's
Darth
not
Vader.
breathing. There's just like a coolant pump that you can hear, just kind of whirring away. Just like when you open up a thing on your laptop. It's
It's literally just whistling. That's all it is. But Wanda's here. So make 20 for the room. 25 for the room.
She will glance at Wander and then glance back, and she goes, "Are you hoping to basically combine this cloak with your nifty gift here?"
Well, yeah. I mean, and I think he does like a little twirl, and the cape like billows a little bit, and he's like, "Look at it. It's great."
It really is very exceptionally well made. Do you have any clues as to who gave it to you yet?
Well, I have some ideas. Like, I know it's not Wander because he said it wasn't him, and I figured it wasn't Laurium, so I figured it was either you or Uther. But I figured you would have told me. So, Uthi, did you do this for me?
It was Falco.
Good boy.
Naira keeps Wander's secret. Unless you want to roll an insight and see if you do better than 23.
24.
No. I'm enjoying this. I'm gonna let it. He was fully paying attention to Uther to see if he responds.
Huh? Sure.
Oh, himbo power.
May you never sometimes stop failing him.
You said yes? Naira will turn and look at you with a weird expression on her face, and she goes, I didn't know you spoke Celestial.
I can speak anything. I don't understand it, though.
Those are wise words.
I can speak anything. I don't understand it, though. That is true. So wise.
That's like that needs to be like a house crest.
It's the next caption quote for the Game of Thrones show.
I even
we call the
got done talking to Valko earlier. He seems to really have down what you taught him. We worked through it, ground out some details. I think he's got doors. Well, not knobs. You know, he's lacking thumbs. He doesn't really do like knobs.
Naira's getting real into this. She's just like, "What are you talking about? You doors? What? Show me."
Valko can now open a door better than Nyx can.
Whoa! Well, here's the thing: you'd never see him open the door. You one-eyed bully.
Whoa! Making fun
You
of
got me a
the
bullet.
He's so low. Figured you'd be insulted by the one-eyed part, but okay.
Just don't call me a one-eyed monster. That's something else.
Holy crap! Oh my God, you're a one-eyed, one-horned, not flying purple people. Purple people.
I don't eat people.
Anyway,
I bet you would.
Moving on.
swiftly on past the. You got so. Is there anything else that anyone wants to accomplish here, or are you guys pretty much good to get back on the road?
I assume we've packed up all our shit.
Yeah.
Lorium will restock
Okay.
on some of those rations that you mentioned.
Yeah, just in case anybody didn't see it, like the storeroom up here. As Naira was searching through it, she found most of the crates contained very mundane items, but like if you have like a healer's kit that you've used any part of, or if there are any mundane items that you wanted to add to your inventory, you would certainly be able to refresh anything that you had and you wanted to and you had utilized some of, or if there are any mundane items that you would want that you have not heretofore been able to get, they might be in there too. So let me know if there is anything specific that you're curious about before you leave.
I'm also posting our current party ledger, by the way, guys, and have a look at it and see if there's anything that you would want to take into your own possession, because otherwise I'm going to sell it when we get.
Is the griffin-headed sword a longsword? Or a short sword? Or rapier?
It is a longsword, but it is also one of the items that Naira had packed for shipment back to Sorveni.
Oh, she packed that. Okay, never mind.
There are a number of long swords kind of scattered around. In several of the ones from the hobgoblins were of like human and decent make. If you were looking for an additional weapon,
That one was the cool one. He wanted that one. No, I'm kidding. He will grab just an extra longsword.
okay,
One of a decent make, not one that's gonna fall apart like a fucking goblin longsword.
yeah, no problem. Okay.
Can I can I add items to that list to be sold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to add a short sword. Oh, I can just do it. I can type. I know how to type.
We can work all that stuff out.
My bad.
As we go. Cool. Okay. So yeah. At this point, like this was literally the first thing that you guys did after you woke up. So it's probably only about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Once you guys have kind of gotten back up to the surface and packed all your stuff together and made sure that everything's kind of good to go.
We lost you.
Sorry, yes. And so, I assume you guys are heading back toward, are you turning south toward Aldwell, or?
Off to Aldwell, I believe.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Oldwell. For no
Lorium
particular reason.
is vehemently wanting to go north, but
If you guys want to make a stop to Aldwell first before going north, sure.
I think our packs are very full at this point, because that's a huge amount of stuff that we have. So I would recommend, and she would very much say, we will definitely come back, but I think that we need to at least offload some of these supplies.
Right.
Plus, let's sleep in a bed.
I mean, yes, please.
Wander still doesn't sleep, but fine, I see how it is.
But okay. You guys turn back, or turn your way south, and are able to make your way. This ground is quite familiar to you now. Having traversed it several times, you've got the assistance of Naira's map. And
Oh, yeah.
so yeah, if you want to quickly just roll your cartographer's tools check for the trip back.
I'm trying to find it on here.
Bardic inspiration.
Guidance
Boom!
and something. Yeah.
So plus 1d8.
Is guidance a thing I can give her?
I'll say no, because this is kind of an ongoing thing.
That's fair.
Plus, he's already got a 23.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Bigger number, funnier number.
I mean, I can roll the 1d8 as well.
Do it. 30.
Let's see.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Nice.
Yeah,
We still get lost.
I bet we literally have the best maps for this area in the world right now.
Does Uther say that? Because Naira will just preen.
He would.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, you are... he's probably not wrong, honestly. You have now very, very detailed sketches and measurements of the terrain and everything of this area as it leads up north into the mountains and the rest of the Dorvashi wilds themselves. And you're able to make very, very quick progress. It is still a couple of days' ride down to Aldwell, but for the sake of speed, we'll kind of fast forward through the travels themselves. Traveling in as large of a group as you are, and with the security of the Leomund's tiny hut provided by Uther each night, your trip is largely uneventful. You do see signs that you are, frequently spotted and noticed by the predators of the area, but this far away from the deep wilds and the high eyries of the mountains, none of them seem too interested in tangling with a party of your size. And so for 2 days or so, you travel southward in each other's company, a celebration of triumph behind you, and eventually cross the river to the south, back into the, more verdant and peaceful territory of Oldwell itself. And on your third day of travel, in the distance, you see the familiar smokestacks of the small settlement of Aldwell, gradually growing clearer and clearer. And eventually, after several hours of travel, the familiar hill with the tower atop it comes into view. The tower not entirely unchanged in your absence. You notice now as you approach a stout palisade of wooden stakes surrounding it. The tower itself manned by at least 2 figures who seem to notice your approach. And as the rest of the town comes into view, and you return triumphant to the small settlement that called you heroes, I think that's a good spot for us to end the session.
Yeah.
Is there any immediate before we do, is there any immediate business that anybody had in Aldwell itself that they wanted to knock out? because I know that some people had stuff that they wanted to do when they got back, and like some people had left stuff here and things like that.
Tyler, you left something there.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, yeah, I'll go find Hamish. Get my,
I was talking about
get
your
my
armor.
band
Yeah.
Yeah, trust me, I know what I left. There was a part of me that was like, "Oh God, we're not going to go back to Aldwell, are we?" And I was just like, "Wander's not going to
Riding off
say
into the
anything.
sunset.
Goodbye, the armor." Yeah, I'll go find Hamish, get my ring back, and I think I had something I was going to get instead, but I don't see it, so I don't.
What time is it when we get back?
It's probably early afternoon-ish. Actually, given how quickly you guys were traveling, it's probably a little bit before noon. You were almost able to make it here the previous night, given how quickly you guys were traveling. But yeah, it's probably like just before noon. As you arrive in, actually, you see that the palisade around the tower is not the only change. Here we go. There's signs of construction in other areas too. Some of the pits that were previously dug for the defense of the siege have now been lengthened and reshaped into what look to be the foundations for portions of a palisade to surround the settlement itself. The small copse of trees that surrounded portions of it, you see signs that parts of that and some other outlying woods have been harvested, and they're starting to like build up and everything. And as you guys approach, you are all like immediately, as soon as you are within recognition distance, you actually hear the gong in the tower beginning to be rung, summoning people out. And there's very quickly this outpouring of people, and by the time that you guys actually arrive at the entrance, quite a crowd appears to have gathered. There's familiar faces among them, Hamish and his friend, Hallen the blacksmith, members of the Golden Band, all of them gathering to greet you as heroes, and you do actually hear yourselves lauded as the heroes of Aldwell. There's a number of strangers among them that you don't recognize, and you do in fact see new carts that have evidently arrived during your absence. Merchants setting up in the now, giving a more populated look to the market square that had previously been abandoned. It appears that commerce has begun to return to Aldwell in your absence. The riders that were sent off to the nearby settlements carrying news that the route was once more safe.
Yay!
We did it. No hicimos. We did it.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Dora.
Naira's mostly keen on getting stuff sold, which I assume we can figure out exactly what's going to get sold and do that in downtime. And then she wants good food. She's real sick of these rations.
Just saying, I could have made us good food, but no one asked.
Same, bro.
I'm sorry, what?
Bender up in here?
Yeah, I mean, basically.
It's actually sushi.
You held out on us?
You didn't ask. Yeah, that's
To
right.
be fair, how is that supposed to come up in conversation? Just be like, "Hey, are you an excellent chef?"
Yes.
Since you don't eat food, do you know how to prepare it?
Yeah.
Anyone has actually talked about cooking? We've all just been like, yeah, ration, sure, because we didn't hunt anything.
Mm-hmm.
I could have made us so much good food.
Damn. Can you make me a Kit Kat cake?
No.
Well, don't worry. Nyx will be hunting in the future.
Wander will go with him, and we will never catch
Nope.
anything.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Yep.
Mm-mm. I will
And
burn this cloak.
You will never be healed again.
That's fair. I'm gonna
Alright,
get one shot anyway.
You will be healed once, and that is the last time Wander will heal anything.
But yes, your group is pulled through, like thronged by well-wishers and cheerers as you move through the town square. Your members of the Golden Band offer to take your horses for you. People kind of reaching up to shake your hands and the like as you move through. It seems that news of your arrival.
I have a critspiration to spend, by the way, so I definitely need to get back inside the town. The
Fox and the Hound.
Fox and the Hound, because I got a performance to do.
Well, indeed. It seems like, as I was saying, news of your arrival has preceded you to the Fox and the Hound. And as you kind of... Oh. There we go. As you approach, the doors are thrown open, and the gregarious form of Zavara is there in the door. His arms upraised, and you hear his familiar accent as he says, my friends, the heroes of Aldwell, you have returned, and you have returned triumphant, I trust.
Quite.
Oh, most joyous news indeed. Sorry, Lorium.
Oh no, I just said he just gives a thumbs up from the back of the group.
He's like, come in. As promised, this place is always open to you. What can we do to make your stay as triumphant as your return?
I don't know about everybody else, but I could use some lunch.
Lots of meat.
Alcohol.
Yes.
Alcohol.
Agree. We need some of the finest alcohol you have in this establishment, please. I am celebrating.
Actually, give me a glass of that stuff that Cloven lacks.
Stuff that kicked your ass last time?
I think at this point, this is the first time Naira's actually heard about this stuff that Cloven likes, and she will be like, oh, I'm sorry, what is that?
Oh, it's this really, really great drink. You should try it, Naira.
Okay, sounds good. Bring me some of that.
And yes, you are all led into the Fox and the Hound, ushered to your usual table. As you enter, the band that had been just kind of strumming away in their usual style burst into a new number. More boisterous and energetic than the one previously. A troupe of dancers whirling their way through steps in time with it. And yes, you are fated and treated to whatever you request, including, indeed, a cask brought out that is unmarked except for a large X on the side.
Hell yeah.
And Zavara says, normally we are more cautious in how we dish this out. It can be, as you know, a little dangerous. But for you, and he just sets it down on the table. Indulge yourselves, monsieur, and mesdames. I will ensure that you are put to bed if it overcomes you. And yes, again, your return appears to have triggered a somewhat spontaneous celebration. You hear, anybody who you don't recognize, who appears to be a stranger here, who has come in with one of the new caravans, seems to be getting very enthusiastically told rather embellished versions of your accomplishments during the preceding battle and the days and weeks leading up to it. As I said, a somewhat spontaneous celebration seems to have been triggered by your return, and you are fed and drunk to your heart's content. But I will need everybody who is indulging to give me Constitution saving throws, please.
Before I indulge, can I do something?
Depends on what you're trying to do, but probably.
All right. I'm actually going to get 2 cups and pour or get myself 2 drinks of this stuff, and I would like to locate Cloven if he's in here.
He does make an appearance. He doesn't seem like he initially intended to join in the celebrations themselves, but as if he's kind of come out to see what all the fuss was about, he does kind of make an appearance as you guys all start to settle in, and you are able to kind of wave him. If you sort of wave him over, he does, come out.
I go to him.
Okay.
And I will offer him a glass of his favorite shit.
He kind of takes it from you and lifts it slightly in a small toast. Goes, "Good to see you're back in one piece."
Well, a lot of things tried to take us out, but you know us, we're resilient.
You are that. You chase the little bastards back to their lair.
Mm-hmm. Chased a lot of little bastards and made them dead little bastards.
I hear that. And he will hold it out to kind of toast with you.
I will toast with him, and then I will take a drink and do that thing that people do when they like take a really strong drink and their whole body like involuntarily shudders for a minute.
Okay. He knocks it back and goes, "To dead little bastards. Good work." And he pats you on the shoulder, looks around the room for a moment, and then goes back into the back.
Naira can add +3 to her save.
So
I get an
8.
But
18.
Nyx cannot. Nyx cannot. He will scoot away from Nyx if he comes back before he drinks.
Nice.
You little.
I also have a question.
Uh-huh.
Because now Lorium is resistant to poison and he has advantage on saves against being poisoned. Does that count with drinking alcohol now? So now he just has a stupid tolerance.
Yeah, you kind of got Captain America syndrome a little bit now.
Oh.
But let's see how it goes.
Oh!
Oh my god!
Yes.
Suck it, Trebek!
That's amazing, actually.
When the dice gods smile
Also,
upon
by
you.
the way, a note for your aura and stuff like that, because it specifically says that it is allies, you can pick who it does and does not affect. So if you wish to temporarily ostracize certain
Temporarily when
individuals from the
drinking.
status of ally, that is something that is under your control.
Yay!
Well, good. Look, another father figure is abandoning me.
Only
I
when
love
it
that
comes
you're
to drunk.
considering being murdered by bandits abandoning you.
Well, that's true. Nyx, realizing he missed an opportunity there, downs the rest of his a drink, and we'll see if he makes it back to the table.
Cannot roll less than Lorium.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh no.
Okay. Uther,
Just-
are you
Instantly truck bed wasted.
are you partaking heroic, or are you simply sticking with wine?
You see, actually, is that Uther seems to have his wits about him.
Okay, so you're just gonna like
Lightly drinking. Like, just, you know, like, definitely, like, I might be having to drive later, so I'm just gonna have, like, one
nursing
or
a glass
two.
of wine kind of thing.
Yeah, get a little buzz, but something like you could stop drinking for 20 minutes and be done.
Okie doke.
Naira's
That is
got
because
herself a nice
Loki-
little buzz, but she's fine.
Yeah, no, Naira, like you are definitely merry. This being some pretty powerful stuff, but you have most of your faculties.
Well, she
Um,
is definitely going to do a little dance, by the way. She's going to get up on her table and using that critspiration because I desperately needed it. So
Okay, so
I think my total performance is... That makes it a 29. Damn.
What if you inspire yourself too?
I can't inspire myself.
Damn it.
But you
As
can
I
be
would see
inspired.
Naira clapping on the table, I would bardic inspiration.
Yeah!
Like, show them.
Good grief,
36.
36.
36.
Naira gets on stage and with drunken courage puts on the performance of an absolute lifetime. Once again, the entire room seems to get swept up in it. The band that was previously playing immediately assuming the status of backup singers and instrumental as... What do you sing?
Oh God, I don't know that I have a song prepared. Does anybody remember the ones I've already gone through?
Let me entertain you, I feel like.
Definitely did that one.
Girl You Left Behind.
Oh
Yep.
no, have I done that one?
Yes.
Damn. I know what. Yeah, she's gonna sing. It's from Rocky Horror Picture Show. She's gonna sing "Touch Me."
As soon as you said Rocky Horror, I was like, she's gonna do Touch Me.
I am.
Right, so this rather raunchy number absolutely blowing the roof off the Fox and the Hound. Okay. Oh, and apparently enhanced even further by illusory backing provided by Uther Lionsbane himself. Uther, go ahead and roll me a performance check for your illusory backing.
Yes, this is a major image I'm throwing out.
And roll with advantage.
Ooh.
Performance. Advantaggio?
Get the
Nice.
sound and everything.
People are literally speechless as your performance continues. There is like people are just staring agog. The townsfolk that were kind of familiar with you are all kind of nudging each other, just like, see, they are as good as we fucking remembered. Whereas the newcomers are just staring in unabashed astonishment at this spectacle that is unfolding before them. That would like easily grace any royal festival or court, and proudly so. It is something that none of them have ever seen anything like. And you are welcomed to continue for as long as you wish, is essentially how it goes. In fact, you are requested to continue for as long as you can. The band that is backing you, Zavara, with his enthusiasm as the MC of The Fox and the Hound, will do everything he can to ply you with alcohol compliments and or illicit substances in order to keep you on that table.
I mean, if he's gonna hand her a mushroom, she'd take it, but she wouldn't imbibe just yet. She'd probably actually only do a couple of songs because it's still early yet, and she's like, no, I got stuff to do. I've got lunch and stuff. So no, it's fine. Thank you. No, thank you. And she will do a backflip off the table. Why not?
No,
To
please.
standing ovation.
Oh no. Okay, it's fine. 14.
Somewhat unsteadily as the drink seems to kick in, you don't quite stick the landing, but you do make it nonetheless, and are able to.
I was gonna say, since Nick's is wasted, can he fall over, providing enough of a distraction that people didn't see her falter?
Very easily. Oh no, you and Lorium are like swaying in chair. It's pretty much an effort not to fall over. So if at any point you kind of suppress that effort, yes, you faceplant into whatever is available.
Yeah, after she finished her performance, because he was out on the dance floor making a fool of himself, he started heading back to the table as she's jumping off and like trips over chairs. and all they see is her jumping off, and then her standing with like her arms up, because they all looked away just in time.
And like the courtesan that you had on each arm is now like trying to drag you back to your feet and guide you unsteadily back to the table.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's party.
Lorian just kind of passed out upright in his chair with his one eye still open. His mouth is still around, his hat, like drink still in his hand.
So he just looks scary as shit.
Just like death glaring into the opposite wall.
And Naira is going to slink up over next to Uther and say, "Hey there, good looking. Can I buy you a drink?"
You see as he smiles as he says, "After that performance, I think anyone here would be foolish to say no. But I'm more than honored." As he smiles.
So she will. What's your poison?
You know, I'm a fan of whiskey. I wonder if he has something from an oak barrel.
She will nod and go find out.
They have a few whiskeys. Not the best selection you've ever seen, but yeah, they have a pretty passable, the equivalent of like a Jack Daniels. Not great, but certainly drinkable.
Works perfectly. As returning it, sipping on it, you would see as he seems to be watching Lorium. As he'd lean over and go, "I think he's out. He hasn't blinked for a while." And I have like gestured to him.
Should we get him upstairs?
Yeah, you grab his legs. I'll grab his arms.
I don't think we can lift him, but okay. Where's Wander? I bet he can help.
No, I've got this.
Okay.
Hey. And he would burn a spell scroll and just turn to Valko, burning a first level spell so I can speak to him again.
Okay.
And I would, because why not? And then I would just go, "Hey, Falco, get underneath him. Help support Uncle Lorium."
Don't get underneath the
Sorry, I'm gonna be that person. Nix looks over and goes, "Oh, are we going upstairs?" And then he's gonna lay on top of Loria.
I just stare.
He's fully conscious. He's paralyzed.
Naira and Uther, what are your strength scores?
Not great.
12.
No one gets any pluses to any saves because he's unconscious.
11 for me. But also she's going to be like, "Uther, we should totally put them in the same bed."
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think so too.
Holy shit.
Someone's going to die.
Why do I feel like it's gonna be Nix?
So, your combined carrying capacity is actually less than the weight of Lorium in all of his armor, especially with a
What about
sloppy
Valko?
drunk Nick draped over the top of him. What about Valko? Okay, yeah, you know what? Valko is actually a fairly robust little individual, so, or not so little anymore.
396 pounds total.
And you gotta think like it's dead weight.
So I will say between the three of you, along with helping hands from various members of the Fox and the Hound, you are able to somewhat painlessly get the recumbent members of your team up into a room that has apparently been set aside for you.
Yeah, just one room with a double bed will be perfect. Thank you. I'll pay for it.
Oh my goodness, no, you will not, my lady. But one room. Well, you learn something new every day. Okay, let's get it going.
Yeah, I guess all 4 of you are going to the same room, huh? With Falco.
Well, we're gonna leave him behind, but yeah, right now.
But
That is
yes,
one
you are-
crazy image of the people who are meeting our party.
As taking him in and doing that, like, all right, everyone. And
on 3.
And
Pivot! Pivot! Pivot!
as I imagine that, I get that reference. As I imagine that Nyx is somehow on the bed and gets crushed by him.
See, I was gonna definitely position them so Nyx was like draped over Lorium with like one knee over his leg and then his arm over his torso.
He's going to find out who did this and why.
I'm gonna go ahead and start preparing my
He's
backup
gonna ask
character.
Wander,
They look really comfortable, I think.
they're cute. We should take a picture.
I could definitely make a sketch.
You know what?
Listen, you get blackout drunk. We didn't draw anything on your face, and we got you to your bed.
We did do
the
a
best
song.
our deed.
The best.
Okay, all of y'all, make a perception check.
Go, Himbo powers activate. Oh, no, he's way
Very
too
simple
focused
as hell.
on Naira.
Hey!
Okay, nat 20.
Yeah, as soon as you like get everything positioned, as you're leaving the room, you realize that Nyx is purring.
I love it.
And I think that is a far better place.
Oh yeah.
Session.
I just can't wait to open on that. Next time.
It's so cute, but so terrifying. I really hope Nyx wakes up first.
I hope so too, so he can throw himself out the window and get as far away from that as possible.
No one closes his eyes, just staring at the ceiling. It's very dry.
The worst part about that is the eyes open. He's definitely fully conscious. He just can't move.
He's paralyzed.
Yeah.
Nyx is his paralysis demon.
Oh, you're definitely dying.
Yeah, you're gonna get up and be like, "Who did it?" And you're just gonna ask Wander, who is downstairs watching all of it happen.
No, the best part is gonna be Nyx is gonna wake up and be like, "Oh shit, what happened?" And then I'm gonna go downstairs, and then Zavara's going to be like, "Oh, I learned something new about you and your big old friend." And I'm like, "No, what the fuck happened?"
So we will leave it there for the night. And we will pick things up with the beginning of our next arc next week. And also during the week, I will be messaging everybody as a reward for the fantastic roleplay throughout this first arc and the completion of it. I am giving everyone a choice of a free feat. I will DM you your options, I will DM you your options tomorrow, and you can consider, let me know your choice, and add them to your sheet.
Thank you, Sky Daddy! You're so generous and kind!
So interesting.
This just means he's gonna kill us next arc. This is the scary arc.
He's like, now you guys are past level 6, I can bring out the dragons.
Yeah. You know how a lot of shows just suddenly have that sudden turn in the episodes where it goes from like PG-13 to just rated like adult only or whatever?
Yeah.
This is what that's about to be.
It's like
We
made
just got
in a
bought by
business to fuck
HBO.
up.
Yeah. It goes from like NBC to HBO.
Wow, this show's so different.
Like, what happened? Oh, oh, okay, I see what happened. Change of ownership.
And now we all speak like Batman. So dark.
For
So
some reason, it's always dark, even in the daytime.
and you can't
Wander
see.
can't see shit.
Yeah. We're all just sitting there, and Naira's like, "I've got to get back to Sorvini. I've got to turn in this stuff so I can become a bard."
I need no.
So I can graduate.
I need to get my A. You don't understand.
I
Anyway,
can't
we
wait
are
for everyone to
apparently-
learn what I'm using that
I like it.
We are apparently playing Curse of Strahd tomorrow, so I will see you all there.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night, everyone.
Tomorrow.